Thank you. Welcome. Today is a regular meeting of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. It is Wednesday, November 16th, 2022. It is noontime. I have Francie Jacober, Commissioner Jacober, in the room with me. I have Kelly McNicholas Curry at home. And I've got two wandering commissioners. So we do have a quorum, so we are going to go ahead and start the meeting. John, do we?
I am here.
Oh, there you are.
Here.
There you are. Thank
I'm
you,
at
Steve.
home. Still have a little bit of a sore throat and a runny nose, so I'm trying to stay away from people.
Okay, well, we're here in the room. So, John, do we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
No additions or deletions to the agenda.
Perfect, thank you. This is public comment. Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on items that are not on today's agenda? Don't see anybody in the room who would like to comment. So do we have anybody? That's for our next item down a little bit. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it to the board for commissioner comments. Kelly, please.
Thanks, Patty. Sorry, guys, I'm still at home. Aloysius is home from school again, so I'm with him. But I did want to take a moment and just thank the voters of Pickens County for returning me to this seat and having confidence in my abilities to represent you well on the Board of County Commissioners for the next 4 years. I'm incredibly appreciative and grateful, and I very much enjoyed engaging with everyone on the campaign trail over the last several months. And also just want to highlight, the passage of some, I think, important other measures. I'm glad to see that the affordable housing measure did pass. I'm not sure it will benefit Pickens County more than other places, but that is helpful for folks who are also struggling with affordable housing around the state. And then, I do want to remark a little bit on the lowering of our income tax rate for Colorado. I think we need to do more education about progressive tax structures, because that decision, I think, actually puts Colorado in a tougher budget position, and really hamstrings the legislature from having more latitude to finance important programs. Any of the other measures are not going to make up the difference in the $400 million that will be lost in the general revenue at the state from lowering the income tax. And the lowering of the income tax really favors people who are better equipped to pay for it. So it favors the higher incomes over lower incomes. And we're going to have to really, I think, see some creative budgeting at the state level. Pickens County also supported it, though I do think we have a more progressive community than maybe that vote reflects. And so I hope for a broader discussion in the future on more progressive tax for Colorado. Those type of measures really just make Colorado attractive as a tax haven, which I'm not sure is what we're aiming for as a state. So just some reflections on that, but I look forward to working with everyone. Oh, and I can't forget the ambulance district question. I'm sure Patty would get to it, but thanks to everyone who supported the ambulance district ballot measure to make that really important community service in good mental health for the next coming decades. And many thanks to all of our other board members who worked on that. And happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks. And I hope you're all packed and ready to go. Kelly is leaving sometime this evening and heading to Denver to jump on a plane. So Steve, please.
Thank you. I will add on to Kelly's comments about the taxing situation on the state level. I was actually opposed to the affordable housing one because that mandates that a pretty large sum of money has to go to affordable housing, and it takes that decision out of the hands of the state legislators, who now will have less income coming in from the income tax side, and more dedicated to other things. So they're going to be very restricted on their discretionary spending. And I am afraid that we are going to see some pretty severe cuts in some of the services that we are used to having across the state, for things like plowing snow in the winter time and various things, taking care of our roads properly, all the health and human services things that the state spends money on. And I think we're going to be in for some really tough decisions going forward on the state level, trying to come up with a balanced budget with less money available to do that. Let's see, I am headed tomorrow for Rocky Mountain Farmers Union State Convention, which happens about this time every year. And I am once again a delegate from the Roaring Fork Farmers and Ranchers group here in the Valley. So there will be 6 of us from the Valley representing our local people involved in agriculture at this state convention. And we deal with a lot more than just agriculture. We deal with any kind of issues that affect people's lives in terms of food security, housing, energy supply, as well as agricultural issues. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I also wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving. I hope you get to spend it with some family and friends and have a good, joyous occasion next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Francie or Greg?
Well, let's just thank Steve for representing the agricultural community. We really appreciate that, Steve. That's awesome. And that's about all I have.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, hi. Just want to say I'm trapped in a waiting room down in Glenwood presently. As soon as I can get back, I will. So I'm gonna be working online with you all today, and then I'm gonna try to get in there as soon as I can this afternoon. Just want to let you know my plan. I wanted to mention that tomorrow we have our core board meeting, and it's going to be a fascinating call about energy storage, which is kind of the new holy grail for what's happening in renewable energy. And we've got some people from NREL calling us in to give us a briefing on what's happening, things like flywheel storage and hot sand energy storage and gravity batteries and pump back hydro and things like that. So just want to give you an update of where I'm going to be, and I'm looking really forward to that call tomorrow. Have a great holiday for the people I don't see.
Thank you. And Kelly, I want to mention something, and Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong, but either I was dreaming last night or Julie McCluskey, is my understanding, is now the Speaker of the State House. She's also chair of the Joint Budget Commission. So I'm really proud of her. I sent her a little note. She's really awesome, and it's a great honor. First time we've had somebody from our area since, I believe, Russell George, maybe? It was a ways back. So I'm really proud of Julie. That's a great honor, and she's a wonderful person, so I'm really excited for her. And I want to wish people a great ski day. The mountain's going to open on Saturday, and the snow is, from what I've heard, is exceptional, especially for this time of year. So have fun out there. And then on a more solemn note, I want to send it's going to be tough, my thoughts and prayers to the family of Ed Fobb, to Jane, his wife, his son Kyle, his daughter Casey, son-in-law Alexi, and his wonderful granddaughter Zoe. Ed died this past week as a result of injuries taken in a very tragic fall. Ed was a ski patrolman on Aspen Mountain for around 40 years. Amazing carpenter, rugby player, good old guy. He was always there, good farm boy, great work ethic, very talented, was always there to help people out. And I'll always remember that smile on his face and that little twinkle in his eye and his amazing amount of sarcasm. And he usually showed that when he really liked you. So I always felt honored by his sarcasm. So please, everyone who knows the family, please send your thoughts and prayers to the Fobb family for the loss of Ed. Very tragic. All right, now on a more fun note. We are going to go on with our consent items single reading. Minutes of November 2nd, 2022 regular meeting. Any questions or comments? If not, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Next item on our agenda, individual consideration items. First is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County. Jeff, you can come on up. Approving and authorizing the chair to sign a network services provider agreement with Pathfinders. Thank you, Jeff. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and the general public as well. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the Telecommunications Manager for Pickens County. I'm also joined by Far Shepherd via Zoom call. He is the President of Pathfinder. Today I'm here to discuss a resolution. This is a first reading for a network service provider agreement for the Pickens County Broadband Initiative. If you recall, we came before the board on October 4th, I believe, for a work session to discuss restructuring the Pickens County Broadband Initiative and the public-private partnership that we have. Currently today, we have 3 entities within that public-private partnership. They include a network owner, which is Pickens County. It includes a network operator, which is Mammoth Networks, and it includes ISPs. On our network today, we have 2 ISPs. They include Pathfinder as well as Visionary Broadband. Visionary Broadband is a solely owned subsidiary of Mammoth. If you also recall from that meeting, the reason why we're under this timeline and we're trying to really push this restructuring so quickly is Mammoth gave us notice that they will no longer renew our network operator agreement, which expires in January. So that kind of left us scrambling, and how do we solve this problem and maintain our continuity of operations and get it done quickly. So this is one of many steps, the restructure, to make that happen. What we proposed is that we combine the network operator and the ISP into a single entity, and Pathfinder was really the logical choice there. They have over 95% of the customers today. They can maintain that continuity of the network, and they can quickly transition. They know our network well. They know all the issues with it. They know what's involved in order to transition the network, and they are the best logical choice to make that happen. So before you today is the first reading for a network services provider agreement. This agreement really preserves everything that was in the network operator agreement, plus adds language that was in the ISP agreement, which mainly includes some service level related agreements as well as customer billing. The attorney's office has fully reviewed the network service providers agreement. Pathfinder's on board with it as well, and I will open it up for questions. I guess I should add first, maybe, I don't know, Far, if you want to add anything?
Yeah, perfect. That's what I was gonna do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Commissioners. So again, we really appreciated the collaboration with Jeff and his team, as well as Visionary and Mammoth Communications. I think the first attempt at what we've got before us today was spot on, and we are excited and looking forward to taking the next steps. So thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions or comments? This is a first reading set for public hearing on December the 7th.
Patty?
Yeah, Greg, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, the only question I had was just regarding the contract. It's renewable annually, and it's an automatic renewal for 5 years. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So how do we? Just wondering about oversight or renewal. I guess we're not going to see that, or will that actually come to this board?
It does not. The renewal does not come to the board, no.
Okay, I don't anticipate that being a problem. I just, as the market, the environment changes regarding all this,
the agreement is just that.
Interesting to see.
Yeah, the agreement is you can renew just simply by in writing that you plan to renew. It doesn't not require board approval every year.
Got it. And there will be enough notice, say if they decide not to renew, we've got plenty of time to chew on that, I assume.
There is.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Greg. Any other, yeah, Steve, please?
Thanks, Patty. We are Pathfinder customers on Capitol Creek, and the service we have gotten from Pathfinder is very good. I couldn't be more pleased with our internet connection. The only time it's ever been out is sometimes when there has been difficulty in other parts of the state getting the feed to Pathfinder, maybe a cut fiber optic cable or something. And they've always been very prompt at getting things repaired and back up and running. I wish more people would subscribe to the service. I know there is competition with other things like the Skylink, but I can't praise Pathfinder enough for the service they have done so far, and I'm glad that they're able to, and willing to take on the whole program here now. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Steve. Any other comments from the board or questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Francie made a motion, do I have a second?
Second?
Great, Steve, thank you very much. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Aye.
Hi.
Thanks, Barb, for being here, and we'll see you back on the 7th.
Thank you, everyone. Have
Thank
a great
you.
afternoon.
You too, Jeff. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, now I have a question on the next two items. Item number 3 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners denying a rural remote short-term rental lease application by BA Colorado LP for 2600 Little Annie Road. The second item, these items are both to be continued. Second item is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving a rural remote short-term rental application by Mind Claim LLC for 100 Upper Hurricane Road. So, John, my question is, do we have a date certain to continue?
My understanding is that the date was already identified as, what's the first meeting date in December?
7th.
7th, that's what I had heard.
Okay, because I didn't have one on here, so we were gonna ask the applicant if going into the next year was okay, but there might be possibility of some issues over the holiday. Is that correct? Okay, so,
At least for one.
okay, so I need a motion to continue the resolution regarding the BA Colorado LP for 2600 Little Annie Road and set for the public hearing, first reading on December the 2nd.
So moved.
I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Hi.
And I need a motion to continue a rural remote short-term rental license application for Mind Claim LLC for 100 Upper Hurricane Road, to continue that also till December 7th, 2022.
So moved.
I got a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Great. Items
Aye.
3 and 4 have been continued to December 2nd. Our next individual consideration item, public hearing, this is a second reading. It's a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners setting initial airport rates and charges for 2023. Dan, thank you for being here. And Dan did pass out some updates for us here today. So Dan, since the board might not have those, because they're not here, you just want
Oh, sure,
to
sure,
fill them in?
absolutely. Well, good afternoon, Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. What I did pass out for those of you in the room is just the revised agenda item summary reflecting some of the changes that were made during the first reading. They include primarily the revised rates and charges utilizing a 60-40 split, 60% of the airfield costs to the airlines, 40% to the general aviation clients, and then an adjustment from the current 12 cents per gallon fuel flowage fee to an anticipated 14 cent per gallon in 2023 fuel flowage fee. And then there's also a mention that we did have our initial consultation, or actually our consultation and presentation to the airlines on November 8th, so that occurred between the first reading and the second reading. And we did not have any questions or comments from the airlines
Great.
During that meeting.
Great.
I also have Jason Apt with Recondo Associates is on the line in case you have any specific questions for him. on how we derive the rates and charges for 2023.
Thank you for that 2 cents on the flow.
Yep, makes all the difference, yes.
Does the board have any questions or comments for Dan? Yes, Steve, please.
So Dan, I noticed a decrease in the rates for like the rental per square foot in the terminal spaces. I don't have that right in front of me right now, but that's the way I recall. Does that mean then that there was a decrease in the cost of operating the terminal, and therefore the savings in that are being passed on to the airlines?
Exactly. So we've put less into the budget for 2023 to maintain that facility. So this year, for example, in 2022, we had to repair a large section of the roof on that terminal, so that was a significant cost. So last year, or this year, I should say, in 2022, that cost was passed along. We don't expect those charges this year. We're actually taking an effort to put as little into that terminal as possible, with anticipation that we will be going to a new facility in the not too distant future.
We would like to see that.
Thanks. I thought that was the situation. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thanks, Steve. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open this item up to members of the public, either in the room who would like to comment on this item with the airport rates and charges for 2023, or if there's anyone online who might want to comment. We're not seeing anybody, I don't think. Give everybody a few minutes. To raise your hand is *9. I'm not seeing anyone. So I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for comments, questions, or for motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the to set initial airport rates and charges for 2023.
Greg, did you have a comment or?
I can second it, and I just wanted to, for further discussion, I just wanted to ask Dan when he anticipates the first electric aircraft will land at our airport.
My guess is in the future.
And we're gonna increase the rates when it gets here, Greg, just so you know, the rates and charges.
You should be an elected official with an answer like that. Thanks. Thanks for everything. Thanks for following up on all this.
Sure.
And we're not gonna ask what waiting room you're sitting in, Greg, so you're safe. Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
passes. Thanks, Dan. Good to see you. Stay warm out there. It's getting cold.
Oh, yeah, try.
I demand better answers than that next time.
I kind of like that one. That was a great answer.
Can't go wrong with that one.
Next item, public hearing, second reading, ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting a deed of conservation easement. There he is. Perfect timing for the 2250 Emma Road property. And Paul.
Yes, I'm Paul Singer, the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Administrator for Pitkin County. I'm going to bring up a map. Excuse me. And just to answer one of your first questions, there was just a couple of changes from the draft conservation easement that we saw. They were pretty insubstantial to the overall protection of the property, but one was reducing the number of days the grantee or grantor had to give us if they transfer the property. So it went from 45 to 21 days. And then the next one, the only other change was language in the enforcement section. There's just added language to allow if there was a discrepancy or a lawsuit between grantor and grantee, the prevailing party would have their attorney's costs recouped. Usually we draft that in the favor of the county a little more aggressively, but we were comfortable with that change. So here's the property here. It's little under 10 acres. The through the entitlements resolution, the landowners agreed to grant a conservation easement on that area outlined in orange. It's about 6 acres. It's the irrigated field, and essentially nothing can happen there. It's going to be forever irrigated with home supply ditch water rights, and per the resolution, there's going to be no ponds built on it. And it fits nicely with our other conserved properties, the Clark Ranch, which also abuts the Crown Mountain Ranch. I also brought the resolution to go over the entitlements that those landowners obtained through this. I know that was brought up by Francie, and I know Sarah Adams is here, as well as Sarah. Yep. Both Sarahs. And they can go over it a little bit more in detail if they'd like, but the landowner had 3 habitable structures on this property. They voluntarily, well, I guess through the resolution, have confined their footprint to 5750 to be spread across the all of the existing structures. Of course, the main house there is a historic property, so there's some limitations there. They also obtained 1 TDR for this grant. And there's a historic orchard right up here in this corner that's going to be protected through its own envelope and I believe covenants. There's also going to be a historic sign placed on the road here for anybody biking by. If you've ever been on that road, it's always got somebody walking up and down or riding their bike. So we'll be able to interpret that site through a sign there. That's all I have. Do you guys
Questions
have
from
any
the board?
questions?
No questions? It's a public hearing, so I'm going to open this up to the public. Any members of the public here in the room wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none. You can still change your mind if anybody wants to. We'll go to online. If anybody is around and wants to, please jump in and *9 to raise your hand. We have a quiet public today, quiet room today. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for comments, questions, or a motion. Steve, please.
Well, I'm really pleased with being able to add some conserved land right adjacent to other conserved land. If it wouldn't have as much impact, I think, if this field were out by itself and not next to other land that was already conserved. So this just adds to the preservation of the agricultural land in the Emma area by having a bigger expanse of fields that won't ever have houses built on them. So it's going to keep it looking pretty much like it is now with the established house sites and subdivisions that are on their locations, but a whole bunch of the rest of the land now will always stay looking pretty much like it is now. So I'm really, really pleased with that, and I'm also glad that we can kind of preserve the historical significance of the Italian immigrants to the Roaring Fork Valley, which is represented in the house there on the property. And I would like to make a motion to approve the ordinance approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for the 2250 Emma Road property.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and I have a second, and I agree with you, Steve. I think this is an exceptional property because it's different. It preserves a different portion of our history. You can see it from the road. It does, it connects right to our other conserved space. So I'm excited, and I can't wait to see what they do with the chicken coop.
It's pretty charming the way it is.
Probably get Francie's coop. We're gonna put a little sign
It's
up.
pretty cute
As
when
long
you
as
go
it's
inside.
historic.
I mean, a lot of the old equipment is still there.
Really?
I had major doubts about it, but it is pretty cute.
We have that on the public
I'm
record.
not sure that cute is, what we're going for, but
I think while I'm ahead of here, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
aye.
Aye, thank you.
Aye.
Thanks.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Paul. Again, thank you for that note.
No problem.
All right, next item is our land use public hearing. This is Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District Solar Project Special Review Use Annual Review. We are going to continue this item to the 7th of December. We're gonna have a busy day. So, it is a public hearing. I'm going to open it up to the public in case anyone is here or online who wants to comment on this item before we continue it. I don't think we're seeing anybody.
I'm not contagious
Room or
anymore,
not?
I don't think so.
I will continue the public hearing
contagious.
with the continuation of this item. So I need a motion from the board to continue, please.
I'll move to continue.
Francie moved to continue.
I will
Patty,
second.
second. Oh. Will there be any discussion at all today?
You can discuss it, but no, Leslie's not here to do any presentation, and neither is
Leslie's
the
not here,
applicant.
okay.
Yeah.
If I could, I just wanted to report that I had a comment from a citizen who's always pointing out that the landscaping, the trees that were planted there along the front of the solar farm seem to be either dead or dying and hadn't been replaced, or I'm not sure if they replaced them when they died again, but anyway, they had a problem with it. And I was gonna say, I don't have a problem with no trees being there from my perspective, but it's just something that I wanted to flag for the next time when Leslie does bring this back to us.
Okay, I think Suzanne's got a response for you. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, we're aware of that, and Leslie will respond to that in her staff report at the next meeting.
Great, thanks. All right. Motion second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Item is continued till December 7th. Okay, now we're getting into the nitty-gritty here.
Yeah.
So our next item is land use, public hearing. This is a one read, I believe.
Yes.
And it is it Act? Julie Act and Jeffrey, trust activity, their trust activity envelope and site plan review. And we have Nicole Rebeck, is it Rebeck or Rebeck? Rebeck Stout. Welcome. And Mitch, how are you?
Very good.
Nice to see you. All right. So while she's getting ready, I have a question. Will we be seeing this property again in the future? Yeah.
I think you could ask Mitch that.
Are we gonna,
Did you
we've
say
seen this
no?
property a few times. I mean,
Yes.
I'm looking at dates going, okay, I was here then and I was there.
So review full screen.
94, 2008, and 2020.
Yeah.
So just go ahead.
Some of them just get to be so familiar.
I think
Well, I
94
need to make
stayed at
this
the
full
planning
screen.
board.
Or, okay, you're right. And then click share screen, and then you can click what you want to share.
Same property, different people.
Trying to get to the beginning of this part of the packet.
Well, some things change and some things don't. At least for the next 4 years, it won't. I'll still be here going, I think I've seen this before.
It's funny, so many properties, it's boomerang properties, they keep
I
coming
know,
back.
I
It's
know.
not perfect, but that's okay.
Okay.
If I may, just click that small bar, the rectangle. Thank you. Hi, thank you for your patience. Hi.
No problem.
My name's Nicole Rebeck Stout. I'll be presenting this case to you today, and I want to introduce Mitch Haas, the applicant representative. So So, Jeffrey D. Echt Trust and Julie L. Echt Trust are the applicants requesting activity envelope and site plan review approval to construct a single-family residence on an undeveloped lot in the Gateway of Snowmass Mesa subdivision. The Community Development Director, whoops, now I need to figure out how to advance the slide. Okay, that's not ideal. No, okay. The community, will you assist me? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay,
just
the
have too
Community
much stuff
Development
on these
Director
tables.
opted to refer the application to BOCC for review as permitted by section 23020I due to the visibility of the lot and the height of the structure. The BOCC has previously reviewed this property for scenic view protection in 2008 and 2020. Okay. So the undeveloped property is located on a ridge and gateway of Snowmass Mesa subdivision. So that's this cluster of lots here. Just want to point out Highway 82, get you oriented with Snowmass Creek Road going down here, Capitol Creek Road. I assume you can see my, my hand, and then East Snowmass Creek Road. So I'll zoom in to the site even more. You can see it's at the end of Gateway Road. And the lot's located on a ridge with steep slopes on this side, which faces East Snowmass Creek Road, and then this side facing Capitol Creek Road. And there is an existing gravel drive on the property that's providing access to 1626 Gateway Road. You can see that home is already developed. On the ridge here, there is an area of slopes less than 30%, and that's been established as the developable area. Actually, I'm going to hover here while we just go through a little background. So 3 previous approvals to note. Resolution PZ 9510, the Planning and Zoning Commission granted approval for ridgeline review. The conditions of approval indicate limits of disturbance on each side of the ridge that include contour interval 118 on the northeast side and contour 115 on the southwest side, very specific. And the approval also provided limitations on exterior lighting. Then BOCC Resolution 41, 2008 granted activity envelope and site plan review approval for a single-family residence. The BOCC found there were no alternative building sites on the lot where the proposed residence could not project above the ridge line as seen from Snowmass Creek Road and Capitol Creek Road. And that the proposed development's height and bulk had been designed to avoid to the maximum extent practicable the visibility of buildings from the scenic rights-of-way. The vested rights have expired and the approval has lapsed. BOCC Resolution 100, 2020 granted approval for the Schoberline activity envelope and site plan review. This resolution resulted in the same findings as 2008, that there was no alternative building site on the lot where the proposed residence could not project above the ridgeline. The activity envelope for this approval is the same or substantially similar to what was shown in 2008. And the approval remains vested until October of next year. Now we will move on to referral comments, and then we'll look at the proposal. So
Can I ask one question about where
yeah.
you just were?
Sure.
So you said there's a driveway already going up there that actually goes to an existing residence? And is the residence also on the top, and is that the picture that we see in here? It looks sort of like a Southwest design house? Okay.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, just clarifying that. Thank you very
Exactly.
much.
So several referral comments came in for this case. I just want to focus on the unfavorable letter from the caucus indicating 3 concerns. 1 was the development size, 2 was windows and lighting, and 3 was ridgeline. So from their perspective, the proposed development is larger and requires an increased scope of excavation and incidental uses in comparison to the 2020 site plan. The caucus is concerned that the larger development will result in sub-issues like slope instability and erosion, excessive disruption to the neighbors during the construction process, and then the need for larger incidental development for OWTS. The second concern is the potential for glare and light trespass from the proposed large windows on the southwestern facade. And third, the ridgeline issues are a concern for the caucuses. So I'm gonna go through a staff response to these comments after we take a look at what was proposed. Let's go to the next slide here. So this slide is showing side by side the 2020 site plan with the current application. So the applicant's requesting to revise the site plan for the lot. All the previous site plan options presented to the county for this property are not code compliant based on the requirements in section 72120. That's the scenic view, since the development cannot occur on the lot without breaking the ridge line. The current application offers a less impactful option in comparison to the 2008 site plan, and the current site plan is comparable to the 2020 approved site plan. I have some building elevations you can see side by side. The northeast elevation on the top. This is the side of the building that faces Snowmass Creek Road. In both cases, you can see the applicants have a flat roof and minimized windows. And then the southwest elevation comparison, again, both applications are showing a flat roof, and the 2020 version is showing more windows on the southwest, but the current application is showing more in comparison to the 2020 elevation.
What's the last thing you said? Showing
The,
what?
the current application is showing more windows on the southwest elevation than the 2020 approved plan.
Okay.
And then I have some data here to really break down the nitty-gritty to show, in some cases, the plans are nearly exactly the same, and then in other cases, there's a little more of a divergence. So you can see the finished floor elevations are essentially the same. Those elevations, the minor change in the lower level wouldn't be perceivable from the scenic corridors. The roof heights, this first column is the 2020 plan, and this last column is the current application. The roof heights are slightly higher in the current application. The applicant team will go through some comparisons of scenic view to determine that they're not discernible from the scenic corridors, this difference. The length of the building in the 2020 plan is about 60 feet, and then the current application is 78 feet. That's the length of the building as it's facing the scenic corridors. So I scroll back up. So measuring from one side of the building to the other. Both cases, the roof form is flat. The proposed floor area, the 2020 plan was showing about a 3,000 square foot home. The current application showing 4,750. Just to point out, the allowable floor area is 4,903. So the current application is still below the allowable floor area. And then the number of vertical architectural breaks. This is in the code about breaking up the mass of the building. In both cases, the masses are broken up. In the 2020 plan, there's 3 breaks on the southwest side, 4 breaks on the northeast side, and then the southwest side of the current application has 4 and 6 depending on the main level or the lower level, and the northeast facade is showing the same as the 2020 plan. And just to show you in the site plan what we mean by that, this face of the facade is broken from this face of the facade and then again here. So that breaks up the mass as perceived from the scenic corridors. Let's see. So I'll run through the staff analysis as it relates to the code. We went through a lot of detail in the memorandum, but for the purpose of this presentation, I'll just pull out a few highlights from the scenic view protection section. And then I just want to reiterate that in this case and previous iterations of the site plan, no alternative building site was determined due to steep slopes, and then the site plan shows a house in the limited developable area on the lot. The proposed development will be visible from Capitol Creek Road and Snowmass Creek Road. The development was not represented to not be visible from East Cypress Creek Road. The lot does not lend itself to utilizing existing topography to buffer from the scenic views, given that it's located on a ridge. In terms of developable area on the lot is located at the highest point of the property. However, the applicant is proposing the lowest possible finished floor elevation for that lower level, and that's based on a geotechnical analysis to determine how deep they could go in that ridge. So in that way, staff finds that the applicant is conforming with the code section of not developing on the highest point of the property. In terms of the height of the proposed development is between 2 and 12 feet below the allowable height limit, depending on which corner of the roof that you're measuring from. The exterior walls are designed to be broken into smaller masses, which we went through in that table. In the roof lines are flat, which is mimicking the adjacent ridge lines beyond, compared to a pitched roof scenario. And the flat roofs are broken up, so that does also break up the mass of the building as perceived from the scenic corridors. Let's go to the next. So the applicant, in terms of using landform to screen the building, the applicant's not proposing that, just because there's such limited developable area. The site doesn't lend itself to using landform to screen the building. The applicant is representing indigenous earth tone materials and color. You'll see that in the renderings provided in the applicant presentation. The roof will be non-reflective, and the lands disturbed by earth moving will be revegetated using native species. The proposed development will maintain the existing shrubs to the maximum extent practicable. Staff found that this will aid in the screening from the scenic corridors, the more that those can be retained. And then in terms of providing supplementary vegetation, the applicant proposes to plant trees along the northeast facade of the development and also along the southwest face. The planting area along the northeast includes quaking aspens, hawthorn, and maple, and the southwest includes aspen trees. And we just want to point out that screening the proposed development in the entirety is not feasible or recommended. And then just to address the environmental health comment about planting trees in proximity to the OWTS, the applicant will be utilizing a root barrier product to maintain the functionality of their their OWTS system.
Can I ask you a question right here? Is that okay here? Water for those trees is from a domestic well or?
For irrigation,
The neighborhood's on a community. Gateway has its own water system.
And it's okay to use for irrigation? It's not just a domestic?
Yeah, I mean, there's pretty minimal amount of irrigation here. Drip irrigation, no different than any of the other lots.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
And then I also want to spend some time addressing the comments from the caucus. What staff has found is that the site plan and proposed development in this application is substantially similar to what was shown in the 2020 plan. And in terms of the caucus's concerns about the size of development, we talked about the proposed floor area, 4,750 square feet. That's under the allowable floor area, 4,900. Section 71060B of the code provides the opportunity to limit floor area to less than the maximum allowable due to site constraints, but specifically states that the scenic view protection standards shall not be utilized to reduce gross floor area for permitted development. So staff finds that the Pickens County Code doesn't provide any standards for reducing the size of development based on what was presented in the application.
So you're saying we can't do that because of scenic, but we could reduce it for ridgeline?
Well, the ridgeline is the scenic.
But
view.
so,
Yeah, the ridgeline falls under our scenic
okay,
standards.
I thought
So
we could reduce.
Nicole cited the specific provision of the code. A reduction in floor area would be based on constraints, which are the geologic hazards, wildfire, wildlife, those kinds of things. But the code
But not
specifically
scenic
says,
or
but not
ridgeline.
scenic or ridgeline, exactly.
So, and then, you were talking about slopes and geologic hazards. Those are present on the site, but the applicant has commissioned the geologic hazard report based on the specific site constraints and determined that mitigation measures can be implemented for the proposed development to be successful. So that was a subtopic from the comment from the caucus. And then in terms of construction traffic, we will address that in the standard construction management plan requirements that all building permits are subject to. The next topic is the light trespass on the southwest facade. The applicant has represented that the site plan will comply with lighting code at the time of building permit. The code does not provide standards for reducing light trespass from interior spaces, nor does it limit the size of windows. The applicant has elected to respond to this comment voluntarily by modifying the southwest facade windows with a louver treatment to the uppermost windows. And staff will note that interior automated shades could also be considered. In the face of the building on the northeast side features a reduced scale of windows in comparison to the southwest side. I think that comment was really regarding that southwest facade of the building. And then the third topic from the caucus, the applicant has represented a structure that is not discernibly different from the development in 2020 based on views from the scenic rights of way. The largest discernible difference is between the approved 2008 site plan and the 2020 current application. Staff is recommending an additional condition of approval that the remaining 150 square feet of floor area shall continue to be available to the applicant. However, the new floor area is required to be connected to the proposed structure and shall not create additional building mass that breaks ridgeline in terms of width of the building or height. And then same for future fencing. Future fence posts will not be permitted to break ridgeline. Those are the conditions that staff recommend to mitigate some of the issues from the caucus. And then I just want to get ahead of something that you've read through in your packet versus new information that we've, it's been made clear. So this wall on the northeast part of the development, one of the conditions of approval for A required that wall to be removed. Since that's been included in your packet, I have learned that that wall is really critical for these OWTS areas that are highlighted in orange on your screen. So in order for that system to function properly, that earth needs to be retained. The other thing to note is that the maximum exposed face of that wall is 30 inches, and it's less in others. I think I have some images in here. So it sort of tapers with the grade. The applicant presentation might have this in more detail, so you can see that wall here. And this is without any of the existing vegetation on that hillside, so you can really see the wall. So as an alternative condition, we wanted to adjust that to require that wall to either be natural boulders, stone veneer, or an otherwise natural color and texture. There were a few other adjustments we made to the resolution that were maybe less substantial. I just want to know if you are interested in walking through those details now, or if you want to kind of get your head around the big picture of this project with the applicant presentation.
Let's hear the applicant first, don't you think?
Whatever.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Is that your
I would
choice?
recommend that too.
Okay. Either way. Let's just not forget to go back.
We won't forget.
They're all
Do we
different
zoom in?
sizes, you'll see.
Okay, can I just
Yeah,
go
but
through
you
them
could
for
skip
you?
that one, that's just.
So let me, wait, before you start, let me just bring it to the board. Does the board have any other questions or concerns for staff? More information at this point?
I just have one question.
Yeah, go ahead,
Patty,
please.
Greg here.
Okay, Greg, go ahead. Where? There you
Yes,
are.
I just wanted to hear more about the louvers on the windows. I mean, that prevents visibility of light from down below, from beneath, down on the road. It's my assumption. And then also, I thought that was interesting that the on-site wastewater system is basically wrapped around the house, is what it looked like to me. And I just wanted to I've never seen that before, and I'm just wondering if somebody could explain that a little bit better, and how, is that a pretty common way to do it nowadays? I've never seen one so close to the house. Just wondering about that. Thanks.
Do you think you can cover both of those topics? I know the applicant presentation will cover those
Okay,
louvers.
just Greg's concern was just the design of the wastewater, how it wraps around his lower.
Sure.
I think it probably has to do with constrained site, but didn't cover that. Any other questions? Steve, please, and then Francie.
To tag on to Greg's question about the on-site waste treatment system, I'm concerned that it is sitting right at the edge of a hill, which is on Manco Shale, which is right above a whole bunch of other houses down below on lower Snowmass Creek side. It seems to me like perhaps an evaporative system would be better than one that would put water into the ground there, and I'd like to have that addressed when Greg's questions are being addressed also.
Okay, great. Thanks, Steve.
Patty, one more just to throw in the hopper regarding the window, the increased square footage of window. I'm just wondering, how are we doing on energy efficiency, meeting energy efficiency codes? Is this house going to be more of an energy consumer with that much more glass? Thank you.
It has to meet the current energy code that we just updated, correct?
Yes.
So it'll follow the latest rules and regs that we did for energy code, Greg.
I've got solar roofs and everything.
Yeah, go ahead, Francis.
Suzanne, why are we hearing this?
You can
Is
fix
there a
that.
change in something?
Well, we've sent it to you before, so we sent it to you again. I mean, again, it's pretty unusual for us to have a house that has such a substantial ridgeline break. And that's why we've basically brought it to the board every
I see.
time. And every time we've heard concerns from the caucus, maybe not so much this time from the neighbors, but in the past we've also heard from Gateway with concerns about development on this lot. So again, it's always just had a bit of a red flag sitting on top of this lot that, you know, is why I've made the determination that it's more appropriate for it to be heard by you in the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. And then my question for you guys is sort of related to what I was asking about the trees and also what Greg was saying about the wastewater. It looks like that is very unstable hillsides, and so if we're starting to run water down into that soil, I'm worried about the stability of the geological structure.
Okay, thank you. So Mitch, is everyone comfortable if Mitch
Yeah,
takes
just
it away
one
with
sec.
the application?
You know,
Oh, sure.
I'm just concerned about the trees. Because we're putting the trees to kind of do some protective, but they're deciduous, so they're only, I mean, you got a maple, you got aspen, and you got a hawthorn. Plus, I'm not sure how many maples, hawthorns are hanging out in that neighborhood, so I'm worried about the survivability, just food for thought. It's not the species you would usually see up in that neck of the woods, but I'd be concerned about the deciduous nature and they're all three beautiful trees, but, and how, the leaves fall off and then they're not doing any good for scenic viewplane, so.
Well, they do break up the mass of the house, though, the lines of the tree.
Not the line.
I mean,
You can read between the lines, is that
Instead
what
of
you're saying?
looking at a straight mass of building, you're looking at tree branches, which is one of an ameliorating effect. But I'm concerned about how funny they're gonna look perched up on top of this hill. So anyway, let's hear it.
All
If that's
right.
okay with you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mitch Haas, representing Jeff and Julie Echt. I'm joined via Zoom by the architectural team from Ken Adler and Charlie Eckert with KA Design Works. And they're going to mostly walk through the scenic view modeling and the architecture and address and show you images, including those louvers and that sort of thing. But I'll cover the property and more of the code side of things. And I'll discuss the septic system as well. So Nicole's covered a lot of what I was going to go over, so I can probably skip through. So just bear with me, since my planned order of going through this is being
we'll
thrown
follow
out
you.
the
We'll
out the
track you.
door right away as usual. It is a 1 acre lot. It's part of the Gateway subdivision. It's platted in 1970. So it's been there a long time. It's one of the few remaining undeveloped lots in Gateway. It has been deemed developable now 3 times by Picken County. So the question of whether or not this site is appropriate for development is, to me, no longer a question. That we have stuck with precisely, identically, the exact activity envelope that was approved in 2020. The codes for activity envelope delineation have not changed one bit. So to me, again, the activity envelope is set. We did have to apply for activity envelope and site plan review because you really don't do one without the other. And there's no point in getting a site plan review approval vested for 3 years without an activity envelope. So just put it all together, but it's the same activity envelope as previously approved. In the past approvals, it was always, well, at least the last 2 or 3, I guess in all 3 of them, it's been stated in the approvals that there is no alternative site on this property to develop. That no matter what you do, you're going to break the ridge line, and that's been deemed acceptable since 3 homes have been approved already on this property. So the question to us became, are we still being sensitive to the ridgeline and scenic review considerations and concerns as stated in the code? And our takeaway is that we are at least as sensitive, if not more so, than the approval that's still valid and vested from 2020. The standard in the code for scenic review is discernible with the naked eye as viewed from the designated corridors. So it's important to understand it's not standing right next to the house. It's several hundred feet lower in elevation and, somewhere from a quarter mile to more than half a mile away as the crow flies, where these views are being considered from. With the naked eye, the differences between the 2020 approved house and our proposed will be, I believe, indiscernible. To the extent they're discernible, it's such a negligible difference as to should still be very much acceptable. Or where they're discernible, it's an improvement. So it is a very constrained property. There's no getting around that. There's no denying that. It does have Mankish shale. It has steep slopes. It's within severe wildfire hazard, and it's also in some habitat areas. So none of that could be avoided. It is exactly the same envelope as approved. All of those things in the code are allowed to be mitigated. The steep slopes we have avoided. This activity envelope, while it has little pockets here and there of steeper slopes, they are and have been recognized as anomalies that are allowed under the code as exceptions. All the really steep slopes off to the two flanking sides are outside of the envelope and fully avoided. The actual bench at the top of the property has been cleared. I don't know when, but probably sometime when the gateway was actually built in the first place. So where we're working with is fairly devoid of real significant vegetation at all, and clearly disturbed ground in the past. There are two ridges, higher ridges. This site, the activity envelope is kind of a saddle between two high points. One high point off to the southeast is off the property, and then the home next door to us to the northwest sits right on the other high point on top of it. That is the sort of southwest adobe structure you're referring to. So moving from there, so there have been findings in all the past approvals about the hazards being what they are and that they're mitigatable, and all those same conditions of approval are carried forward into the recommended approval for our application. All of those approvals also, like I said, say there is no alternative building site. You are going to break a ridge line. It's understood. And the goal is to have the development's height and bulk be designed to avoid, to the maximum extent practicable, the visibility of buildings from Snowmass and Capitol Creek roads. While East Cypress Creek Road is also designated a scenic corridor, our analysis tells us you can't see the property from there. So it's just the other two roads that we've focused on. And in the past approvals, East Cypress Creek Road was never considered either. In fact, one of the view angles we've brought into it from Capitol Creek Road was not considered in the last reviews either. But we've discovered that it is a spot where you can see this property. We started this process a while back before applying to the county by meeting with the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. My hope in doing that was to get to the understanding that the site is developable, it can be developed, there is an approved plan, and that the goal is just to address scenic concerns. The meeting didn't work out so well that way. It sort of turned into kind of a groupthink debate over whether there should be development on this property at all. And the concerns were about, can you put a septic system? If you have Mankish shale, you're going to have slope stability issues. Can you do this and that near the edges of the property without creating problems and hazards for others? So to that extent, while we took our project back and said, there's no point, we're not going to get anywhere with the caucus because we can't start from the property shouldn't be developed. We had to start from it is going to be developed. It already can be developed. It's a question of, is this house any worse for scenic review considerations than the one that's already approved? But that's not where the conversation was going. So we said thank you and proceeded to work on our application after that. And when I say work on it, I mean we took what we heard to heart. Jeff and Julie don't want a house that's going to be dangerous for them or anyone else. They don't want to build on a property that's going to end up being nothing but problems. So what we did is began studying all these things and hiring the best consultants we could find who've worked on all these exact same types of considerations in this valley many times to see if we need to really change course. So that's what we did. We brought in H.P. Kumar, who's done all the geotechnical studies around here. Maybe not all of them, but most of them. They looked at the site. They provided us reports. They'd done studies for the previous applicant as well, and updated things. Their conclusions were that development on this property is not out of the ordinary. It can be accomplished without creating any slope stability concerns. There is no evidence of any slope instability on the property or below it today. And following their recommended measures, there won't be any of those problems. We also brought in Carla Osberg to look at the septic design and make it fit. Carla, I'm sure you all know, worked at the Environmental Health Department for many years. I consider her probably the foremost expert in septic design in Pickens County. Wasn't easy, I'm not going to lie to you. Figuring out how to make a septic system fit on this property and where was a lot of moving parts, but that's how it came together. Carla laid it out. We then brought in our landscape architect and said we need to have some screening. It's necessary for this property. The previous approval had a whole bunch of evergreen trees that personally we don't believe ever could have been planted or would have happened or survived even if they did get planted. But we wanted something that one could fit here, could grow here, would not be a problem with the septic systems, and could work with the wildfire hazards. So that's why we have the species we have and where they're sitting. We needed to change some things in the design of the house. For instance, the whole area up by the garage, which is that northeast corner, is slab on grade now, no subgrade, no crawl space, nothing. And that was a requirement to allow the septic fields to be a little closer to the house, being because we don't have anywhere to go the other direction. So that was considered, and that we lost, we cut out space down there for that reason. And we also brought in civil engineers who looked at all the drainage concerns, and then we bounced everything back between the consultants. We made the civil report, we asked the geotechs to look at that, and we asked the civil to look at the geotech, and we had Carla look at all of those things and talk to our landscape architect. So what we have here is something we are very confident works and doesn't have any hazards going forward and can all be developed under the code with standard mitigation measures and standard conditions of approval. One of those being, as you excavate, the geotech comes out and inspects and says yes, no, do things differently, add this, change that. And so that's all already built in. So I think that's kind of where we got to and why the septic system, the field is, it's not one leach field, because a standard leach field for a home with 4 or 5 bedrooms would take up this entire activity envelope. So it's done a different way to break it up into smaller, narrower fields. But again, Carla's told us this meets county code and works. And then with planting the trees, we've said we'll put the trees there because we need them for screening and it's the sensitive thing to do. But we're going to put in root barriers, which is very standard. Every street tree in the city of Aspen has root barriers so that they don't uplift the sidewalks. So the roots stay confined and only go in one direction. So that's kind of what we've said we would do here.
And not into your septic.
Exactly, to keep the roots out of the septic system. That was, again, when it came up as a concern, we asked Carla, is this a problem? Do we need to lose these trees? She said it's really just a concern with the roots. It's not a shading issue, it's the roots. So we said, would root barriers do the trick? She said, absolutely. And so and then we asked the landscape architect, is this a place we can do root barriers? And again, not a problem. So you could see just walking around the streets in Aspen, the trees are in, little, 4x4 grates. Maybe that's not exactly the measurement, but something like that. And the sidewalks aren't all bulging and breaking. And so it works just like that. It's not out of the norm.
Okay, Greg has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Thank you for this detailed description. I appreciate what you're saying. I live on a Mancos shale hillside, and I'm observing neighbors who keep trying to plant trees of various sorts that just die. And I'm wondering how far those roots are going to have to go before they find nutrition. And so it makes me wonder what sort of topsoil and how much of it are going in so that you'll have a successful tree planting there.
That's a good question. We did have to bring the grade from the house out towards where the hill drops off up some, which is why that 30-inch retaining wall is there. We needed level ground for the leach fields to work the way they're designed also. So there will be some fill material in there. In fact, the geo studies and the septic system says we need fill material given the underlying conditions. So that entire hillside is covered in brush, dense brush, so things are growing. It's just not a lot of trees for that sake. So that, we're figuring on drip systems until they get established, and then just letting the trees stay naturally at that point.
Great, good luck with that.
We know the aspen trees will grow. They grow everywhere.
Yeah, the aspens, I think the deciduous or the conifers that I see just seem to die off. There's a house at 580 Medicine Bow Road on a very steep hillside recently constructed by Joseph Spears Architect. And I know they had a very innovative septic system. And he's actually managed to put in enough soil and drip and all that to make things grow there. And he's got a grassy hillside now. So with a lot of work and a lot of money thrown at it, they've got something that seems to be working. I don't know if that would help or not, but obviously the technology for septic has advanced pretty dramatically. So you might consult him if you're ever wondering where it's going, but it sounds like you've got the right people on it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I know Joseph Spears, so I'm always happy to reach out and ask him questions.
I have a question about maintenance of the septic. What's the access to that to get in for maintenance of the leach fields? Because it is such a constrained site and it's such a unusual configuration.
This might help. So you see where the driveway is, that circle is sort of, just paving. And then there's a parking turnaround area right there, and the septic, those are for dry wells. So you could see the fields are actually quite close right there to the turnaround spot. And then walking down there with hoses and things is not difficult. So that was considered as access and getting to these things, which is why nothing is on the opposite side of the house.
I'm still concerned about the tree species, but I have a hawthorn and a maple and an aspen in my backyard, but I don't live on Mancos Shale and I don't live in a dry, arid neighborhood. And they're beautiful, but they're pretty scrawny in the wintertime.
Yeah, and we talked about evergreens, and one, they grow too wide.
Right.
And two, they'd be the only evergreens up there. So the feeling was in the winter, they would stick out as much as a house does.
And native vegetation is hard to get growing, and
the evergreens are not as friendly for wildfire mitigation.
And they could invest in some good silk trees of some kind. Keep their
nice.
leaves year round.
Then they don't need to water them
we're
at
trying
all.
to do something to block the scenic impact, and
So there you
well,
go.
like
Well,
Francie
if
said,
you're gonna
you
have
can
root berries, you're creating a little microcosm there for the trees anyway, so.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think one of the conditions was for financial security to ensure the
Make
establishment
sure
of the
that they
plans.
take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, yeah. And that's, that works for us as well. So I guess moving forward from there, I guess one of the other things is, yes, we kept the exact envelope. The driveway design is almost identical to what was previously approved because it had been through fire district consideration. It's slightly improved, and it was recognized last time around the bend, so coming, where is this? Like through this spot here. It tapers down, it narrows. So we have the full 16-foot width up to there. It narrows down to 12 feet and then widens back out and allows for the grade to continue the access over to the next door neighbor's house.
And the fire department approved that driveway?
Yeah, and that's the same tapered width spot last time that the fire department approved and the county commissioners approved, as well as the county commissioners have authority to say less than 16 feet in certain instances, and that's what was done last time. So
We can do whatever we want.
we kept it the same way, that's right. And you'll notice our landscape plan has the defensible space notes on there. They'll have to be updated because I think it was increased a little bit with this go-around from last time. So that's where we are and where we came through with how we got to where we are on the proposal. I seem to have lost my notes here somewhere. And then I was going to walk through,
Let me just see if the board has, the board have any questions right now? Well,
before we get into all the scenic stuff.
yeah. Okay. You're good. You're good to go.
Okay. So what we've done is, like I said, yeah, the house fully has been designed to comply with the zoning, with both setback requirements, height limits, floor area restrictions. We're about 150 or some odd square feet below the allowable floor area for the property. That was also one of the hangups we had with the caucus was, the house should be no more than 3,000 square feet. And I was reading on the section of the code that says scenic review is not a reason to reduce a house size. The envelope's exactly the same. If it fits in the envelope, it fits in the envelope. We could fit bigger, obviously, but we kept it very sensitive and kept the heights very sensitive as well. So what I've put up here in this plan is, if you could see this somewhat, we've taken points of the roof height, the corners, the most visible spots that you would see, and told you what those heights are, what the applicable height limit is for those, and where we stand relative to that. So on the sides facing Snowmass Creek Road, we stand, so those are points A and B up here at the top, A and B. We stand over there, the heights are only 15.5 feet and 15.4 feet above existing grade. And so those two are 12.5 feet or some almost 45% below the 28-foot height limit that would apply there. And then we've also, like you saw, shown some plantings there to break up the mass. Sure, we recognize in the winter they'll lose their leaves, but should hopefully still provide some function in breaking up the otherwise unbroken planes of the wall. And it's important, I think, to notice in this facade that A and B are out closer. This is just a trellis structure over an at-grade patio, and then that other wall is set significantly further back from the ridge line. The other heights, again, they just fall well range, but always below the height limits. And the highest points are chimney vents or structural. So this like F point here, right here, is just one spot where it sticks up. But even that point, we're at 27.8 feet. The applicable height limit for that piece of the structure is actually 38 feet. So we're still a good more than 10 feet below the limit and more than 26% below the height limit. So we've kept consistent with what was approved previously. Sure, the building's a little longer, but the length we feel is mitigated also by the modulation. So it steps back. They're not continuous long walls, but you step back to 10, 15 feet, and then there's the next wall. In elevation it reviews, it looks like one wall, but that's, as you'll see when Ken flies you through the models of the building, the massing's been very sensitive. We were even, I shouldn't say even, but our massing very much also considers our next door neighbor's view from his house across this property and staying below his house.
Suzanne has a question.
Just Mitch, could you explain the 38-foot limit on those 2 points?
Yeah,
versus
so
the 28-foot.
Roof projections, chimneys, flues, vents, those sort of things in the code are allowed a 10-foot allowance above the height limit. So at those places, the height limit, where it's normally 28 feet, jumps to 38 feet. And so in this case, it's a roof projection, a chimney. So the applicable limit there would be 38 feet, and we've kept that chimney, as I said, to, where am I? Under the 28-foot height limit, so 27.8.
I just wanted to make sure you all were clear about why that would be a different height limit.
So I'm going to move this over to Ken to walk you through the
Kelly has a question
design.
first.
Oh. Where's Kelly? Oh, okay, that's right. Oh, I don't have it on the screen. I got to find
nice
it.
to see you.
You too, by the way, congratulations.
Thank you. Sorry I'm not there. My little guy is not, he's home from school. So I'm wondering, are these chimney projections wood burning chimney, like wood burning stoves, wood burning fireplaces?
Well, I'm going to let Ken tell you what's in there. I believe they're, vents for gas appliances, but let Ken confirm that, since he knows the inside of the house a lot better than I do.
Okay, thanks.
Was that
Okay, any other questions before we go to Ken? Steve, please.
Yeah, looking at the leach field system in relation to the whole septic system in relation to the size of the house. On the previous house, which was about 1,500 square feet less in square footage, was the septic system for that about the same as this, or do you recall? My thought is that in increasing the house size up to 4,700 square feet, that could reduce the area that is available for the septic system and probably push it more towards the edge of the breakover of the hill. If the house were kept smaller and drawn back from the edge of the hill, that would allow for also drawing the septic system back from the edge of the hill.
Well, the septic sizing is really a function of bedrooms and bathrooms, not square footage. And so here it has been sized for the number of bedrooms and bathrooms, which you could be the same. I can't tell you how many bedrooms and bathrooms were in the previous approval home. It was I didn't work on that. It was a different client applicant at the time. But the septic field then was located more in this area, I believe. But like I said, we were very careful to make sure our septic fits, and then that it's Carla also considered the drop-offs, and so what you have here is that little site wall sits here, and from on the property you really only see the top of it. It's holding up down below because this is some fill material occurring in this location between the house and there. And then it's the wall is about 30 inches tall, so 2.5 feet. And we volunteered to say make it a dark earth tone indigenous color so that you won't be able to see it or discern it from Snowmass Creek Road. That and the vegetation and brush below it is all, 3-4 feet tall at least. So I don't know if I'm answering your question directly. Ken might be able to talk a little more to the septic sizing when he's going through it, but it does fit. And the proximity to the hillside, we've, run it by every consultant and they're all comfortable with it. from geotech to septic to civil have all been comfortable with it.
Yeah, and per Brian Doherty's comments, he says it will be large enough to accommodate the proposed development. But he also says large trees surrounding the wastewater system, soil treatment area locations are not recommended. So that's
Yeah,
where
and that was the impetus for the root
that's
barriers.
where your
Yeah.
evergreens come in.
That's when we saw that and spoke to Carla and said,
Yeah.
what do we do? So,
So we're going with scrawny deciduous, okay. All right, we have Ken, I believe.
Yes, hey.
Are you
Ken
able to
Adler,
take over
and
the
I've got
screen? Do I have to
Charlie
do
up
something?
here. We are the project architects. Actually, if you could stop sharing, Mitch, I would love to share my screen.
There you go. I think I did. I'm not good with PCs. I'm only a Mac person, but I think I managed
we
that.
keep
Real
IT
quick,
with us.
Steve, I do have the old drawings in front of you, so I might be able to address your question previously to Mitch a little bit better. We are, again, the house is bigger, but as far as the septic fields go, I think have an extra bathroom. So the bedroom count is the same, but there's an extra bathroom. So the field, I believe, got a little bigger, but not substantially so. This was the this is the approvals from 2020, and you can see where the septic was. It was really much in a very similar situation. The thing that we realized, and I'll touch base on this a little bit, was that, the 2020 plans might have, the approvals as far as where they were when they did site plan activity envelope were probably somewhat half-baked. Like they weren't nearly as far along as they were on certain things. So it's hard to compare, apples to oranges here. But to answer your question, this is what they were showing. We've grown slightly in size of the field, but I think it's by tens of square feet. So anyway, well, again, thank you guys for letting us be here and kind of present. I just wanted to add a little bit to what Mitch had said, and I've got some visuals for you. We were brought into this project back in March of 2021, shortly after Jeff and Julie bought the property. The first thing we were made aware of was this set of documents, the site plan approvals, the original design of the previous house by Jody Schoberlane, the siting of the house, the driveway, all of that stuff. And, right from the get-go, we identified that there was only so much you could do at this site. The driveway had already been engineered, it had already been approved by the fire department. Thus, the garage elevation, there was only so much you could do with the garage elevation. So, we very much tried to kind of stay within the parameters of what was already approved, just obviously using more of the square footage, making more use of the square footage for the clients. Before we actually got started with the design in April, we actually, because of the history, Suzanne was very happy to share all of the notes that we had from the previous approvals on this, and we kind of went through it, and we realized that it was an uphill battle to get the previous plan where it needed to be. So we had poured through those notes, and we realized that, obviously some of the neighbors had some comments and concerns. So before we actually even started designing this house, I reached out, and of course we are right here, if you guys can see my mouse. This is that bench. Before we got started on design, we reached out to Rick Heedy, who lives here at 1626, and also Victoria Treese, who lives here at 1617. Before we got into design, because again, I wanted to sit down with them. I always find that, if you can chat with the neighbors before you start drawing something, sometimes things go smoother. So, and for me, I wanted to hear specifically from Rick what some of his concerns were from the previous house. I had seen some of them in staff memos and staff notes in the previous approval go around, but there was nothing really super definitive. So we did meet with both of them, kind of got their concerns. Working off of that other house is kind of where we got our current design. I've got a quick video fly around that I'm gonna pull up and show you, and then I can jump into the view plane exhibits. So here, let me back up. This is a video. So right here, we're actually starting up the hill up at Rick's house, looking down at what we have proposed. Again, we are on a ridge. There's a little bit of an end of a knob there. There was discussion of this wall, like Nicole had mentioned. That wall is essentially right here, and it doesn't really show up much in our renderings because it's 30 inches at the most, and the vegetation on the downhill slope of this stuff is, typically about 3 feet high. Granted, it drops off very steeply, but this wall here does a lot to retain. To go back to, I think, one of Greg's concerns as well, as far as the trees go, we are bringing grade up at the building here about 3.5 feet because of the way, so right now there's sort of the driveway and the garage is up high and then it drops down a little bit. So we are going to have to bring a fair amount of import and fill into this project. I've got a building section that will illustrate this, but in the meantime, I can just finish flying around the building here. Here we kind of, based off of some of the neighbor comments, we do have on this elevation, we do have these upper transom windows. This is a 10-foot nano wall, so the idea is this would be operable, but then above that we've got some transom windows that are about 24 inches high over here and 3 feet high on the left side. We've done this before in projects in Snowmass Village where people have been worried about light trespass, where we basically will do like a louver system, and there's a couple different ways to do it. In this case, what we did is we modeled basically a 1x4 that are turned sideways and mounted in front of the windows. And they actually get mounted on like a rack system, so you can flip them up and clean the windows as necessary. But it really does kind of help cut back on the light trespass out of that space, given the spacing, which is about 4 inches on center, and then the depth of these members. So these would be like 1x4s turned sideways, so they're 3.5 inches off of the face of the glass. And so that was a concern with the glass. Yes, we do have more glass than the previous, version, but again, the views up here. I mean, the views, these are the views these guys are dealing with. So we obviously want to take advantage of that as much as we possibly can. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the view plane comparison studies. This is basically going to show the view planes that were shown to you, to commissioners back in 2020, and then we've created those with our own comparison. There's actually 4 different viewpoints we're going to show you. The site is right here. We've got one off of Capitol Creek, just basically after the turnoff to Gateway. We've got another one over here from Snowmass Creek. Both of these, you do have some ridgeline issues. And then there's these 2 images here, 3 and 4, which are both from Capitol Creek. The reason we have 2 of these is because 3 was, cameras 1, 2, and 3 were recreations of what was shown for the land use planning packet in 2020. And representation was made while there was a view plane issue from 1 and 2. There was no view plane issue from Capitol Creek to the west. However, that's not what we found out. We found out when you got down the road a couple hundred feet across the bridge, there's like one tiny view for like 1 second where we were impacting the view. So we did create a new version here for. And basically, so this would be our first shot from Capitol Creek on the east side. This is looking up. This is showing what was originally approved. This is the stucco house, Rick Eady's house, that's up the hill from us. He has the shared driveway. He's got the access easement through our property to get to his house. This was what was approved in 2020. This is what we are proposing now. We actually did, so when we first started this design, we identified, because the original application said that the other side wasn't an issue and this side was from a view plane standpoint. It's really hard to tell, but in reality, while we have a longer ridge, this roof line is about 8 inches, not much, but it is lower than the previously approved version. Because we were thinking we were trying to make this better, but that was before we realized that there was a height issue on the other side as well. And then this is, with the trees. I know we've had a lot of conversations about trees. Trees are something that we're definitely okay to give on. We actually went through the process of including the trees because the original view plane studies insinuated trees. However, upon further study, where the original view plane studies were showing trees, we determined it may not be very feasible, meaning there was like a row of trees right on top of the septic field, So that's one of the things I kind of want to emphasize here is that, we got Mitch involved in this process really early. Mitch is kind of my go-to in Picken, and, he made sure we did this right. We had Carla Osterberg, we've had Civil, we've had HP Geotech, we've had landscaping. We've really approached this from a very, teamwork based, what are the issues, and, making sure that we're not trying to show you anything that is something that we can't necessarily represent. And in particular, when it comes to the trees, I think our client is more than happy to, minimize trees if there is concerns around it for wildfire mitigation, so on and so forth. It really is more of an idea that it helps with the view plane, which, there's only so much you can do with anyway. This is that second view over by the firehouse. This is the original approved. And here you kind of see it juts out a little bit. It's this black. Here is our kind of proposed, which follows the ridge line. And I mean, I have to kind of zoom in, I think, for you probably to really see it. It's that right there. And then we have a view here where we have some trees, but in this view, it doesn't make any difference because it's up, you're just seeing the very top of the roof. Let's see, this was one that was shown where it was represented that there was no view plane issue from the east side of the lot, and this was the approved. So that's approved in 2020. This is what we have proposed. Some trees in that one, not that they're going to show up.
From that angle, it's worth noting it's not a ridge line. You're not silhouetting against the sky because there's another.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I think the original applicant maybe took this picture and said, oh, there's no ridgeline issue from the east. However, when I was driving it, we realized that for just a second, you basically, as you move further this way, this house does get silhouetted by this notch right here for a very, very short period of time. And I got to squeeze it between the view of the telephone pole and the power lines. But this is, so we did, determine, and I think we were pretty straightforward with Suzanne on this, and that, look, the original application said there was no view plane issues from the east side. However, we have identified that there in fact. So this was what was approved in 2020. Again, this is what we are proposing. And that's that. Okay. Any other questions that I can answer for you guys as far as architecture? I do have the drawings. We have some kind of photos. Mitch had mentioned the sensitivity to, the neighbor. This is basically from the second story of Rick's house looking down. I think I got a question. Sorry.
Yeah, Steve's got a question, and then Greg.
Yep.
Let's see, a couple of questions or clarifications. There is one spot from East Cypress Creek Road where you can see the house. I drove over on all the roads the other day because I knew the story poles were still up, and actually to me it looked like this house would block the view of Rick Heady's house a little bit from East Cypress Creek Road, and it's just one of those, for 20 feet on the road you can see it, and then it's blocked by other things. Let's see, a question, architectural question. One of the caucus concerns, I think, is about windows killing birds because of the birds flying into them. So are you taking any steps to use the kind of glass that there are certain types of glass and different architectural things that people are starting to use to limit the amount of bird strikes on the windows?
Is that in our code?
It's not something we've had this conversation yet at this stage, but I think that's definitely a valid concern, and I don't think the DX want to be cleaning birds off of the deck nonstop, So absolutely, I think that's, I'm not familiar with what that exact solution would be, but it's something we're more than happy to look into.
Yeah, I could honestly tell you we haven't even thought of that, Steve.
Okay.
Owls.
That would be horrible.
Let's see. Well, where the retaining wall is, there's a conflict between the view from Snowmass Creek Road, where you're seeing the little retaining wall potentially, and the wildfire mitigation. So if the landowner starts doing all of the wildfire mitigation, cutting the brush back, that brush is actually what would block the view of the retaining wall from Lower Snowmass Creek Road. And maybe there's a, you know, it's kind of two conflicting goals to try to make it less visible and yet to do some wildfire mitigation. So have you put some thought to that? Maybe there's other way to go about doing wildfire mitigation besides going and cutting all the brush on the side hill, which seems to be what the fire marshal maybe was proposing.
Sure.
Yeah,
I don't have any concerns about seeing that retaining wall from down lower. Again, I'll show you the model in a second. You can see what you're seeing. You're basically seeing the upper half of what is probably a 9-foot wall. So I don't think, you know, given the vegetation, even if you would cut back considerably from that edge, I just don't see from this angle that 30-inch retaining wall really, you know, showing up much. And just so you know how we do these things, I think you can actually see if I zoom in really close. We put the story poles up, and then I match my renderings to the story poles. So, you know, you can actually see, there's your story pole. I don't know if you can make that out on the screen, but that story pole, that story pole, that story pole. So we, you know, I feel like we do this pretty darn accurate, make sure that, you know, we're not, you know, showing anything that we shouldn't be showing or misrepresenting anything.
Okay, Ken, I think Mitch has something to add here.
Yeah, we have considered that the wildfire mitigation requires changes with the brush, but what we've come to is it allows you to keep natural groupings and clumps and just spreading those out. So the idea will be to keep them in places strategically to continue to screen that wall and provide some visual screening while still addressing the wildfire mitigation.
Okay, Steve, are you done? Because Greg and then Kelly has questions.
Can I add one more thing about the wildfire? Yeah. The other adjustment to the reso is that we can go over in detail after questions, is that we're considering the defensible space, not only the structure, the combustible structure, not just the architecture, but also the trees around the architecture. So in terms of establishing your defensible space zones, you'll go from the edge of the mature growth of those trees that are providing screening. Otherwise, those trees, the trees that we're planting for screening are essentially not complying with defensible space. So that's the way around it, is to just consider that as part of the structure.
Yeah, it makes it a little more difficult for our clients to do the defensible space. But the feeling was, you know, we needed some screening to be sensitive, but again, you know, my clients would be happy to not plant those trees if everybody thinks they won't help or do anything or be provide worthwhile function that way.
I want to see how they do.
So just one other comment, and I'll make it now. It has to do with just the lit up windows in a house. And I always think of the house at the bottom of Meadow Road where it meets Brush Creek Road that's always lit up and you never see any people in there. They like turn on every light in the house, and there's a lot of windows on the south facing side, and you never see a person in there. And I think that's part of the caucus's concern potentially, that, you know, people tend to, you have a lot of windows, you turn all the lights on, and then those will show, even the louvers won't help that much for that, because it's the lower windows that could be, you know, just sending the light out unless you have curtains on the inside at night. And just an FYI, it wouldn't affect this application, but the caucus is seriously looking into having the caucus area designated as a dark sky community on this international organization. We do have dark skies and not too many lights up in that neighborhood, and so people are always thinking about lights, or if a place looks too lit up, they're concerned about it. I just wanted to pass that information on. I don't think it affects this application, but it could just affect the, you know, the homeowner behavior after they move into it potentially.
Because it's
Thank you.
my understanding, the code
Thanks.
does not give us any leeway with interior light. Because we've talked about it on Red Mountain and other areas, and it's just exterior. But we do appreciate it when the property owner, after the home is built, does some screening, and so we've had some that cooperate and some that don't. But we can't really require trespassing light mitigation.
Right.
So,
It was
okay, Steve,
for that
you
concern
really-
that we added the louvers, volunteered them
Yeah.
to make sure the transom windows at least are, the light is diffused some. And we do have dark, big roof overhangs on that side, so it's not as though the light will be up directed
Yeah, we had
towards the
this
sky.
conversation in the previous approval.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Steve,
Greg,
I do want to mention real quick, we actually told him he wasn't gonna have to say anything in this meeting, but Jeff is our client. He's on the phone here. It's been a while since we kind of did this design, but these guys are looking to live here. They want to be good neighbors. This isn't a spec home. I think that these guys obviously are, sensitive to the neighbors and want to, do what we can do to get this thing approved and not piss everybody off.
Great. Thank
It's always
you.
a hard thing, proposition in this.
Okay, I'm
in
gonna
this
bring it back,
community,
I'm
but,
gonna bring this back to the board for questions. Greg and then Kelly, please.
Great, thank you. I want to say I do appreciate Steve's comment about the light. I was referring to a house on Medicine Bow previously regarding the septic, and it's similar in that it has large south-facing tall windows, a wall of them. And the two concerns are, one, when the lights are turned on inside the house, it actually lights up the street. It lights up the hillside, it lights up the street. It is a lantern. You can see it as you're flying into Aspen. It's so bright. And it's really unfortunate. And their solution, also, the house is a solar oven as a result, I suspect, because it has so much glass facing south. So they have floor-to-ceiling curtains. And it's a beautiful structure. I don't want to take anything away from it, but it's kind of funny to put in so many great big windows and then have to put up all those curtains in order to control. So I think it is a problem if we're creating these houses that become lanterns and are just projecting light everywhere. So I do sympathize
We've
with
got Kelly, and then
the
we're gonna be
concerns.
here till
The
11, 12 o'clock.
the other thing I wanted to
Those
point
were
out
planned
is,
for dinner.
as you've been talking to neighbors, you've probably seen that Rick Heady is an energy expert and built his house to the highest standards back in the day. And I know Jeff Woodruff is another neighbor, and he's energy conscious, very concerned with his place and uses minimal amounts of power. And so I just want to understand what the intentions are of the homeowner and with the design to create, to go over and above the energy codes, because we're at a point now where we need to create homes that are net zero or as close to it as possible. And I'm hoping that is one of the prizes you have your eyes on. Thanks.
Always, Greg. I wish we could do it on everything, really. Again, a lot of that ends up coming down to a budget at the end of the day. Obviously, you guys know your energy criteria is, just the IRC and IECC is fairly stringent. We always try to get above and beyond that. We don't have an energy consultant. Again, we kind of approach this more from the requirements that we need to sort of deal with the site. We will, of course, have an energy consultant, HERS reports, all of that kind of stuff as we move in through design. And, the clients have expressed that desire. Net zero, we'd love to get there. I just don't know if we will. But, again, we always take that seriously, and I think that the client does as well.
At this point in the game, the design is, a little more than schematic, but nowhere near construction level or permit level. But what we've done just in response to the code is the solar roof readiness, we're greatly exceeding the 35% minimum requirement. I think we were at, I don't know, I forget what the number was, but more than double that.
All right, moving along. Kelly, please, the floor is yours. And then Francie.
Thanks. I want to revisit the chimney protrusions and understand what those are, and then also understand how is the referral from Roaring Fork Fire is that it must be continuous
This
fire
next land use
mitigation.
application's 3
How
times
is
as
that
long.
enforced?
Yeah, I mean, the fire mitigation maintenance is a condition of every approval in Pickens County with even low wildfire hazard areas. I don't know how it's enforced. It's more or less incumbent on the property owner to maintain their defensible space. I would imagine, like anything else, it's pretty much enforced if a neighbor or somebody else complains that the other neighbor's not doing the right thing. In our case, you know, the intention is to maintain the defensible space requirements, but you know.
I can jump in too on that, Kelly. Right, we do not have anyone on our staff who, you know, goes around the county to ensure that everyone is maintaining their defensible space. I think there's some counties who do. I believe Eagle does, but that's not something. So we included as conditions of approval, obviously, right, if complaints or if we notice something that is of concern, we would contact a property owner, but it's not something we're doing compliance checks on throughout the county on a regular basis.
Enforcement is called a fire.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And we did have one of the recommended conditions that we're fine with is a little bit above and beyond the normal, which is when we thin the brush, we've been asked to apply an herbicide to slow the regrowth, as opposed to just going out every season and thinning it again. So, you know, that's one step beyond what's typical, but that's
A chemical
included.
herbicide? Really?
There are, you know, some that are less hazardous than others. Apparently, there's one that the open space used to recommend.
I'm
its
not
use.
going there. I got something else to talk about. Can I go? Are you done, Kelly?
Well, actually,
fireplace.
Kelly asked about the chimneys, and I don't know if, Kelly, these images kind of help you understand. They're really just architectural elements, you know, but yes, they would house, you know, there would be some exhaust going through them. But these are well under, you know, these are under the building height. That's essentially what they are, is there's these, you know, we call them as architectural organizing elements.
Kelly, did you have more?
But you have discretion to further minimize height protrusion by lowering those then? If it shows.
Yeah, I mean, there's a practical extent where I wouldn't want to go lower than the roof, you know, from a graphic standpoint. But yeah, I mean, I could pull those, could be pulled down, this could be pulled down a little bit further. You know, there becomes a practical extent then where so the requirements for the exhaust chimney is that the termination of the chimney cap has to be a certain distance from the roof, if you will. And so if we lower that, I guess we might need to raise a standpipe out of the middle, you know, or an enclosure. And again, we haven't really gotten into the, you know, we're in the schematic stages really. We haven't really gotten into specing those fireplaces, routing the flues. You know, we're just not there yet.
Yeah,
And these are envisioned to be natural gas. That's why you need the exhaust.
Yes, that would be the idea. Yes.
Yeah, I think the key for us, Kelly, was, you know, sure, you could nip and tuck 10 inches here off of it and 5 inches off of it over there, but you're never going to see from the scenic corridors the angles you're seeing on the screen right now. When you get to those distances away and that far below the site, the difference in 10 inches here or even 2 or 5 feet there is indiscernible with the naked eye. And that is the standard we're working with in the code, is discernible with the naked eye as viewed from those corridors.
Okay, Kelly, are you done? You have more questions?
Just to inquire, why not fully electrify the home? I'm stealing Greg's question.
Personally, we're all for that. That's Charlie here.
We will do our best to electrify as much as we can. We'll work with the client on that. Absolutely.
Okay, Francie, and then Greg's got his hand up again, I thought, but my Francie.
I just wanted to say something about the south-facing passive solar wall. It's probably the easiest way to reduce your heat needs in Colorado with all the sun we have. I have south walls that are full of glass, and we hardly ever have a call for heat upstairs in my house, even today when it was 9 degrees. So, and with the right design, which I'm sure this house has, and the appropriate overhangs, they are not solar ovens, unless they're west facing and you don't have an overhang and it's fall. or spring. But when the sun is high, the sun doesn't come in, and in the winter, it comes in and it heats the house more efficiently than solar panels can. And I wanted to say, I've driven by Gateway many times, and I don't think one more house at Gateway is gonna make or break the scenery over there at all. The other house that's on the ridge line is prominent, and so why would that house be built and not the other one? I can't find any reason to object to this at all.
Okay, Greg, did you have more questions?
Only that I agree with Francie about passive solar, and that I'm certainly a proponent of electrification as we're trying to wean ourselves off gas. So thank you for considering that, and I hope the owners really do take that into consideration. And I agree with Francie also in that you know, we already have houses breaking the ridgeline there in a fairly dramatic way, and so I don't think that's a criteria for me to complain about. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back, but this is a public hearing, so I'm gonna open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public here in the room who would like to speak on this item on our agenda? Are there any members of the public online? If so, please do star 9, right? If you would like to speak, do we have anybody there? Nope. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back and close the public hearing. Go back to staff. I think we had some issues for clarification.
Yeah, we can go through those quickly. Sorry, I'm moving this stuff. Ken, I think I'll share my screen now.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, can you take it over? Yeah. Sorry, here's my stop.
It's all good.
Fun pictures, though.
Ken does a great job modeling these.
Yeah, they're really cool.
That was really well done. Okay. I have red lines on this version of the reso compared to what you found in your packet. So all of the red lines are in the conditions, not in the recitals. So 1C is added, revise the site plan to comply with wildfire mitigation and scenic mitigation requirements found herein. Condition 3, we will add exhibit it's similar to the 2020 approval. Exhibits were provided to show elevations of the house. We'll attach those similarly in this one.
Do we need to define the exhibits, like, or just plain old exhibits?
We can clean that up. We just wanted to show that we will
Okay.
attach those.
Okay.
We had
So you'll add like A, B, C, and D, or whatever element of P, okay.
Exactly, okay.
Hopefully not that many.
Let's see, 4D for the architectural
X, Y,
louvers.
Z.
We need to attach that exhibit 2 since that wasn't represented in the original application.
Okay.
For E, we deleted sort of the last part of this sentence, measuring the specific percentage of the facade that was window mass, because those representations are made in the application, and so that can be verified at the time of permit. Condition 5A and B, we would like to add a comma unless specifically approved. That's for potential future additions to the single-family residence, required to be connected to the structure and not create a new accessory structure. And then for B, the potential future addition shall not create new mass or expansion of the building mass that would create greater impacts.
So are you mean then a potential future
150.
additions would be that, how much square footage?
153 square feet or something.
That's right.
Okay, okay.
Pretty hard to fit anything else up there, it looks like to me.
I don't know, people do amazing stuff, trust me.
It's
All
true.
right.
Who knows what future technology will
Now
hold.
we're back to the Mancus Shale.
Yes, so 6B has the same intent, except there's some flexibility provided based on any future geotechnical engineering reports that would be commissioned or findings during the excavation. So the excavation depth is either a maximum of 8 feet or as approved by the geotechnical engineer. Condition 7, we will attach the Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Authority conditions. And then this one is important, 7D, so that we don't conflict with our wildfire conditions and our scenic view conditions. This is given steep slopes on the surrounding activity envelope, the defensible space zone indicated in the code shall be modified from 30 feet to 65 feet, and the defensible space zone shall be extended outward from the furthest growth expected at maturity from the trees planted for screening. And 10DI about the compliance with the road maintenance and management plan. We had to add the caveat, except where the driveway has been already approved as less than 16 feet wide. And then I think just some typos on 12, just specifying a recorded site plan, and then the last sentence about revegetating within one growing season instead of on growing season. And that's the extent of the red lines. Mitch, do you have anything to add?
No, one recital H7 should probably just clean up to match the language in the condition that you just modified.
8H?
Yeah, 8H7. It's just still has the 4-foot architectural louver, so
Okay,
just make it match the language
Right.
in the condition.
thanks
That's about it.
for pointing that out. Whoops.
Otherwise, you got them all. All right. Didn't leave me any conditions to walk through.
Okay, I'm gonna be brave here.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring it back to the board for any future questions, further questions or comments.
Don't want me to read the recital.
Or Steve, please.
Comment about the tree type. I know you show aspens on your architectural drawings of the house. And actually aspens, when they lose their leaves in the wintertime, they don't really block the view. I think, and also aspens would not grow on that site unless you are irrigating them. And I was thinking that maybe a more appropriate tree would be what the natural trees are that would grow there, which would be pinyon or juniper. And if you saw on that one view from Snowmass Creek Road looking up the hill, the bigger trees you saw on there, which there are some pinyon and juniper, they're probably more juniper, but they might be pinyon there also, is more of the natural vegetation. So that's just something to consider. Also, I'm really glad you're not putting in like big spruce trees or something. They may be small now, they become big spruce trees that when they eventually fall over, they create a huge root ball and would tear up the retaining wall, the septic system, and everything else, with the root ball being from the tree blowing over or falling over eventually some, decades in the future. So I think a smaller size of a tree is actually more appropriate for your vegetation trees.
Ready for a motion?
Let's see, another comment. I live up on Capitol Creek Road, and I've been looking at the Gateway subdivision ever since the first house was built. I've lived up here over 60 years. And I actually think that potentially Rick Heaty's house, which was built before we had the scenic view plane rules in the county, it maybe is the reason why we have the scenic view plane ridgeline rules. That was like the worst example you could picture in the whole county why we needed that rule, but the house was already built before the rule was made.
I think I can think of
So I
like
just
40
wanted to
other
point that
houses.
out. And I know there's been a lot of talk amongst the neighbors up here about that. And, looking at the pictures, I think, Rick Heaty's house is the worst example of a house breaking the ridge line that there is. And this application is much better. And in some cases, the house actually blocks a little bit of Rick Heaty's house and makes it look not so
Wait,
bad.
I
in the
think Rick's
background.
calling me on speed dial. All right, we're gonna move this along because we have another very lengthy land use application coming up.
A lot of people waiting in the lobby.
Yeah.
A whole army.
So, any other points of clarification? I just would like to, I'm so familiar with this property, I feel like I live there. Actually, I think I have lived there in many other lives. So I'm gonna bring it back to the board for comments, concerns, discussion.
What can we do to move this along? Is it a motion to move it along?
I'm ready for a motion if the rest of the board is, and we've already cleaned up the reso, so we have all the language. We've made any changes I think appropriate, unless the board has something more. Steve?
So I would like to make a motion to approve the Jeffrey D. Eck Trust, Julia L. Eck Trust activity envelope and site plan review as amended.
Thank you, Steve.
A second.
And I have a second from Francie. Any further questions or comments? Is Greg still here?
I don't know.
I don't see him.
I think we lost
He lost
Greg.
his
I
connection.
called out of the waiting room.
He went out, yeah, and he's got an hour drive home, so maybe we'll be done by the time he gets here. I'm gonna bring it back in, call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Kelly?
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you. It's 4-0, we lost Greg, so, that's for, our minutes to pick that, and thank you. And, I think you did a great job in trying to, address the comments or the concerns of the caucus, which I think will be greatly appreciated. It's a tough site. It's one of those sites, it is the epitome of what Gabe would call a crappy lot.
Crappy lot, yes, I believe that was on the front page of the newspaper, that quote.
That goes way back up.
Well, thank you all very much.
All right,
Thanks
thank
you
you.
guys for your
All right, board,
close
want to
review
take 10 or
consideration.
15 so we can stretch before we start the next one, and then
10.
Leslie can set up?
10.
10. 10-minute break, please, Grassroots.
There is a little bit
Welcome back. This is a continuation of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. Today is November the 16th, 2022. And we are at this really short item on our agenda. It is a land use, and it is is it a one-read public hearing, Leslie, for clarification?
Yes,
Okay, thank you,
it's a resolution.
and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm going to give you an overview of the property and a general idea of what is proposed and our review based upon the code. Glenn, he just cracks me up. You're just like out of my periphery vision. It's leaning into me. It's okay. And I will let the
Have you guys ever
applicants-
worked together before?
Sorry, that was kind of unprofessional, I think, of you. Okay.
All right,
and
are we done yet? Are we, it's fine, we need a little entertainment, we're
And
good.
I will let the applicants, Sarah and Brendan Dorn, and their team provide you the details of their proposal. Glenn Horn is the applicant's representative, and he will introduce his team.
But first, I have a very important question. When was the baby born? What sex is the baby, and what's the name?
Oh, how do I do that?
Well, it has a warmie or whatever.
It
you
has
know
a
that.
warmie.
It's a boy. His name is Brody Conrad Doran. He's 6 weeks old yesterday. He was born on 10/4.
When was your due date? When were we there?
He was a little early. Yeah.
Good thing we did that site visit early.
I'll tell you what, not a minute too soon. It was like we could not have done it if it was any later.
No, we could have done it after the baby, and I would have stayed at your house with the baby, and you guys could have done the site visit.
He's a pretty awesome little guy.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank
to both of
you. Thank you.
All right, Leslie, sorry, I
Okay,
had to
that,
find
no
out.
worries.
You know me.
So I received the affidavit of public notice, and it meets our public noticing requirements of the code. Then again, as a reminder, the BOCC did conduct a site visit to the property on September 19th of this year. So the first map I have up for you is just a general vicinity map. And so Tybar Ranch was subdivided in 2000 by Emma and David Danziger. And the subdivision included 11 lots, residential lots, an open space parcel A, which is, you can see is all of this, and an open space parcel B. So the lots go from lot 1, and there's lots over here. There's a lot 2 here, 11, 10, 9, 7, and 8 over here. Lot 6 is over here, and this is open space parcel B. The ranch is bordered to the south by Bureau Land Management property, to the north by Garfield County. The boundary between Pitkin and Garfield is the north boundary of the property. It's also bordered on the west and the south by Prince Creek Road. So Lot 1 comprises a existing single-family residence. Lot 2 is kind of the ranch compound. There's also a single-family residence on that property. The subdivision approval allowed the residential square footage to be 12,500 square feet, plus a CDU could be added. There's already an EDU, employee dwelling unit, on Lot 2. Lots 3 through 11 are vacant lots, and the subdivision approval provided for 7,500 square feet of residential floor area. Open space parcel A was restricted to agricultural, ranching, recreational, and open space uses. Open space parcel B was restricted in the same use groupings, ag, ranching, recreational, open space uses. An 18,000 square foot red barn was constructed on open space parcel B, and that was for the Danzigers cattle breeding operation. And attached to that barn is employee dwelling units, bedrooms, that was also approved as part of the subdivision. The EDUs were not required mitigation.
What's the square footage of that, the bunkhouse area or whatever?
calving barn's 18,000, and the employee dwelling unit next to it, how big do you think that is? A couple thousand?
Yeah.
Does that include the downstairs open space with the
Yes.
kitchen and everything? And that's part of the EDU, or that's just like meeting space?
It's just extra space.
Yeah, okay.
What will be the square footage if their 5-bedroom bunkhouse is approved?
Well, the 5-bedroom bunkhouse is gonna use that entire
Existing
area.
wing.
We'll just convert
Yeah,
that.
and there's
Yeah.
also gonna be a staircase built on the outside.
Yeah, just we'd have to enclose an exterior stair because the exterior stair is kind of dicey, so we just,
Okay,
that's all that
great.
would be additional.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you last. Do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do. Okay, so the proposal in a very general sense, the applicants, Sarah and Brendan, purchased the property from Emma Danziger. They did not purchase Lot 1, and they did not purchase property that is over here that is held in trust and also has an Aspen Valley Land Trust conservation easement on it. The applicants propose a major amendment to the Tybar Ranch subdivision PUD, and they propose to eliminate lots 7, 8, and 9, or maybe it's 7, 8, and 9 goes that way, those residential lots, and they propose to develop a 20,000 square foot indoor riding arena, a 24-stall horse barn, and other accessory horse operation facilities that are clustered around the riding arena. So an outdoor turnout pen. They propose a caretaker dwelling unit within the barn complex, and then equipment, storage, courtyard for trailer, turnaround, and parking, and things like that. The applicants also request to create open space parcel C over here on the property. So this used to be all parcel A, and they're proposing to create open space parcel C. And they are also proposing to put a conservation easement on parcel C.
On parcel C.
C. Open Space and Trails, in their referral comments, are also requesting a conservation easement on open space parcel A and open space parcel B. Staff has found that this amendment to the subdivision and PUD approval is consistent with the original approval and intent of the use of the property, which was agricultural preservation of open space, excuse me, and use is consistent with the ranch character of the previous approval. In addition, the reduction of residential density on the property supports the agricultural uses on the property. The applicants propose to continue to irrigate and cultivate open space parcel A and open space parcel B for their ranching operations. They also propose activity envelopes, and this is part of site plan review.
Is that Kelly talking to a child? And Greg, by the way, is the phone number on here, so if anybody wants to know.
Oh, I couldn't hear anything from the room, so I wasn't sure if you had already started.
Oh, yeah. We started.
Oh, we missed all of that up until now.
Well, we're not starting over. Sorry. Unless there's a little brief.
A lot of this, I think, will be covered by Glenn and his team. I'm just giving you a general overview.
Okay.
Okay, may I?
Yeah,
can I
please
keep going, or
going.
do you want me to start over? So, activity envelopes are proposed for around the equine facility. An activity envelope, an adjusted activity envelope is proposed down here in open space parcel B, where the applicants plan to remove the 18,000 square foot red barn and build a 2,500 square foot small ag equipment barn. They also have identified some landscaping envelopes on the amended plat for landscaping. They're proposing some significant landscaping in pockets of the ranch, and particularly along the edge of the equine complex. Staff has found that the activity envelope for the horse operation avoids most constraints on the property. The area is less than 15% slopes. Development will not be seen from Prince Creek Road. No trees greater than 6 inches in caliper will be removed, and the map wildfire hazard is low or moderate. And similar conditions exist for open space parcel B, where they want to remove the large barn and install the smaller barn. The hidden meadow, which is the term that everybody's using for where the equine complex will be, is within the quarter-mile buffer of critical wildlife habitat, winter concentration for elk and mule deer. So in consultation with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the applicant shifted the buildings for the horse operation to the northwest and located all access and egress activities to the sides of the buildings. And I'm sure you'll see some more detailed graphics about that when the applicants make their presentation. And all the buildings will be screened from the wildlife concentration. So the buildings, their orientation, they're actually serving as a screen to the in and outs and the human activity that's happening in the equine complex from the winter concentration area, which is this whole area down in this draw here. So the orientation, the buildings, again, the buildings serve as part of that screen. Typical conditions that we affix to development when we're in proximity to critical winter and wildlife habitat will have been part of this resolution. So, for example, no construction may occur between December and April. That's part of the resolution. Staff has found that the proposal is consistent with the scenic view protection standards. The replacement of the barn on open space parcel B is smaller than the red livestock barn. And staff is recommending that there's additional landscaping on the edge of the property, on this edge, to help screen the new barn from Prince Creek Road. The horse operation in the hidden meadow will not be visible from Prince Creek Road. And the applicant, as I mentioned earlier, proposes to add more trees along the ridge on the south side of this area. Serves as screening to residences up on Handy Drive, and it also helps because of the winter concentration area, which this draw is frequently used by elk and deer. Staff recommends that the applicants consider light pollution as it emanates from the equine complex. And originally, I recommended shades, automatic shades within the riding arena. But the applicant said, you know, with all the dust and everything, shades might be a little problematic. And besides, what color scheme were we going to go within
Pinto.
the riding arena? Pinto, right? So anyway, the applicant has recommended that they would impose a lighting curfew within the riding arena. I'd like to see a little bit more detail on that and make sure that that's something that we can, that we're all comfortable with and how it works.
Can horses see in the dark?
Better than you can.
Probably.
So, as I mentioned earlier, my general overview, the applicant is proposing a caretaker dwelling unit in the barn. Staff consistently has recommended that the caretaker dwelling unit be an employee dwelling unit, which would require occupancy for employees. As you know, caretaker dwelling unit does not require occupancy. The caretaker dwelling unit covenant does not require occupancy. Glenn will address that. The riding arena, a riding arena is special review in the RS 30 zone district. We considered the special review criteria and find that the proposal is consistent with the goals of the Crystal River Master Plan, the land use policies of Chapter 1 of the code, and is consistent with the intent of the RS Zone District, which is preservation of open space, agricultural operations, and rural visual quality. Because this is a special review, and our code includes a standard that a riding arena for a property this size is limited to no more than 30 visitor trips a day. Ooh.
That was my question.
Yeah.
30 trips or 60? Question for
I'm
Glenn.
assuming that's one way. Is an equine facility with lessons and therapy kinds of things, is that considered agricultural in Pickett County?
When I read the code, I often see agricultural and the term ranching combined in our code. So we could dig a little deeper for you on that and respond.
But I think there is a difference, and I'd have to look in the code for the specifics. But I mean, if it was a commercial, a full-time commercial that people were coming to take lessons every day, that is a different use.
That's not agricultural.
That's not what this will be.
Right. Again, I think that there is a differentiation, though, if it was a full-time, like Cozy Point operates as a riding school. Sorry, and I'll find the use in the code. But
what would the
there's
30 trips a day, vehicle trips a day, then be associated with?
It's associated in I believe it's in the definition section.
But I mean, it wouldn't be associated with people coming up to take lessons or anything, or it's just people coming up there to...
If they're boarding their horse, if they're coming up to take care of their horse.
Are you gonna look that up for us? No? She's working on it.
I'll say a little more about the operation of how the barn will operate, and I think it will shed some light.
Yeah, thank you.
The riding arena was considered a commercial operation, and they did compete through growth management for a GMQS allotment for the riding arena.
The indoor,
Yes,
20,000 square foot?
it's a 20,000 square foot indoor riding arena, yes. Just the riding arena competed for the commercial allotment, not all the other aspects that are
Like the
part of
stalls
the
and
riding
all that
arena,
stuff.
right. The square footage of the riding arena. The applicant is also proposing 2 visually constrained site TDRs. And they are proposing for lot 3 and lot 5 as visually constrained site TDRs. So they are requesting a TDR for each of those parcels. Development of both of the properties would be visible from Prince Creek Road. Lot 5 is more constrained. It's a very kind of steep ridge kind of location. And staff does support the request for a TDR for Lot 5. For Lot 3, as we saw when we were on our site visit, Lot 3, development on Lot 3 would also be visible from Prince Creek Road. Staff believes that with a lower profile development, and maybe if the development was shifted further back, the scenic impact to Prince Creek Road could be reduced. The Planning and Zoning Commission supports the applicant's proposal for a TDR from both TDRs from Lot 3 and Lot. Well, the applicant is also requesting a critical wildlife constrained site, TDR, off of Lot 6. When John Groves of Colorado Parks and Wildlife weighed in with their referral comments, he suggested that development be prohibited on Lot 6 and/or a TDR was issued because of its proximity to the quarter-mile, the winter mule deer and elk concentration area. The P&Z also agreed and recommends approval of a TDR from Lot 6. Staff also recommended approval of a TDR off of Lot 6. Lot 11.
Quick question on that.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you. Who owns the adjacent property to that lot?
You mean this property right down here?
Yeah. Yep.
The Danziger Trust owns that lot. This lot is encumbered with a conservation easement that's being held by Aspen Valley Land Trust.
But it was put under conservation easement by the Flying Dog, correct?
Yes. Lot 11 is not part of this application, but the applicants have been very transparent that they are looking to submit a future application for a retreat barn on this property that would support the programming for the equine facility. So as I mentioned just a minute ago, they did, as part of the original application, they sought a commercial growth management allotment, and that went to the Planning and Zoning Commission. For the indoor riding arena, the Planning and Zoning Commission adopted staff scoring of the project, and the project met the minimum threshold, and they did receive their growth management allotment for the riding arena. So in summary, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends approval of the project with conditions. There are, as I listed for you in your memo, there are several outstanding issues that were not settled during the P&Z review that the board needs to consider. One of those issues was the width of the roads. In the application, identified or discussed in this engineering report that the roads would be improved up to a 24 width for the road, particularly Angus Road, Angus Lane. Angus Lane is designed to be the primary access for large vehicles and trailers. And staff had a little bit of concern with that. We felt that it really wasn't characteristic of the rural character to have 24-foot wide roads. The applicant has agreed to revise that down to a 20-foot wide road. Our driveway standard in Pickens County is 16 foot. And we have a comment from Bill Gavette of Carbondale Rural Fire Protection District, and he agreed that a 20-foot wide road is adequate enough for emergency access. A question came up just after the P&Z meeting by the chair of the P&Z, that the application didn't seem to be clear with regard to permitting for the water wells. And it's unclear whether the existing wells that are permitted on the property are permitted for a commercial riding arena, and the proposed domestic uses as increased domestic uses, the CDU in the riding arena. The applicant is seeking advice from their attorney, and staff recommends that accurate documentation is provided prior to BOCC approval of the development proposal. I assume Glenn will have an update on the well permits. So, as I said, the application proposes a CDU in the riding arena. And staff has proposed that the CDU become an EDU, which requires occupancy by employees of the facility. The P&Z agreed with the applicant and felt that a CDU was adequate. However, the resolution that is attached to your packet, the P&Z resolution, did not decide the fate of the unit, whether it's a CDU or an EDU. So this needs to be addressed by the board, and then that resolution will include conditions of approval one way or another.
And are CDUs eligible for STRs?
No,
Never.
no. It's in the covenant. The minimum lease of a CDU is 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, snow plowing of Angus Lane. As I said, Angus Lane is designed to be the road for trailers and large vehicles. What I did not include in my presentation is that there's also another access to the property, which is Tybar, it's not Tybar Ranch Road. What do we call it? Tybar Ranch Road.
Yeah.
Tybar Ranch Road that comes off of, right there where Prince Creek takes the big curve around across from the Flying Dog Ranch. That is also proposed as a road that you can get to the equine
There's a little
complex.
parking area there.
No, it's not exactly where the parking area is. That parking area is part of the Flying Dog. It's just past that.
But that's, but,
Uphill.
yeah, but that is the access
The entry
point.
point, yeah.
Yeah, so CPW has requested that there is no winter plowing of Angus Lane because in the hillside above the road is a gathering spot for elk and deer. It's a south-facing hillside, and CPW has emphasized in a couple different emails, clarification emails to me, that they would like to prevent plowing of Angus Lane. So the applicant does not agree because Angus Lane is one of their primary access points to the equine facility. And finally, I just would like to add this language to the resolution, to the recitals in the resolution, specifically number 9D. 9D is where I list the uses as proposed for the equine facility. And this language was originally suggested by the applicant to add to the reso, and it didn't get in there. So this is for the BOCC resolution, number 9D. I would replace the first paragraph with this language.
And you'll go on to explain to us what natural lifesmanship is. Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions. I'm done.
Does the board have any questions of Leslie? So if Greg's on the phone, he can hear us. Can we hear him?
Now I gotta get out of this.
He's got it on mute.
I have lots of questions, but I'm gonna wait.
Okay, why don't you go with questions and we'll see what Greg.
I'm gonna wait till after they present.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions now of Les? Steve, please.
Yeah, Leslie, there was something left for being decided in the future with Lot 11 for a proposed retreat barn that's not in this application. What would be the process in the future if they decide to bring that back to us? Would the house that's approved for Lot 11 be extinguished in exchange for a retreat barn?
Well, first, it would probably be determined by preliminary discussions with Glenn and in the application. It's presumed that it would be a tourist accommodation growth management review. It would also be a site plan review.
It has a 10,000 square foot building attached to it, lot 11, doesn't it? 7,500.
7,500.
Oh dear.
That's why no one can
Somebody
hear
might
me.
not hear me.
It is approved as a single-family residence for 7,500 square feet.
That's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Glenn, hi.
Um,
Oh, yep, Steve?
Patty, one more thing. That Conservation Land Trust, the Danziger Land Trust land, was that, I mean, that was about half of the ranch, I think, at one time, and I wasn't at all involved in their previous approval, but wasn't that big conserved lot created at the same time as their subdivision? And wasn't that kind of part of the whole subdivision application at one time?
I think it was done separately.
Yeah. Do you know that there's, it's a,
Wait, you need to come up beyond Mike, so.
Okay. Do you want me to jump in?
Suzanne's gonna jump in.
I mean, you may know better details, but short answer is no, it was always separate, treated separately from what is now subdivided as the Ty Bar Ranch. I mean, maybe at one point they were all one, but, again, once they came in for the subdivision,
It came out
that
separately.
piece was not part of that process.
right,
And that's held by ABLT, right?
yes.
Okay, but that was owned, I think it was owned by the Dancigers because it has their name on it. It didn't come from Flying Dog, I don't believe.
It was the Flying Dog. It was part of the Flying
Wanted
Dog
to
conservation
clarify that.
easement.
Yeah.
Which is one of the first big easements.
Can Brendan clarify?
Okay.
It is currently owned by the Danziger Trust.
Yeah, and it's out of
And
this application, so we don't need to. Kelly,
Well,
please?
that was confusing me, so thanks.
Yeah, Kelly?
Thanks. Refresh me on the lower barn at the entrance on Angus. I thought when we were there, they were gonna renovate part of that barn, but has the application been amended since the site visit to remove it altogether?
No, the barn, the 18,000 square foot barn is also attached, kind of a side, two-story side structure that serves as employee housing. They are proposing to remove the barn, keep the housing and expand it into a 5-bedroom employee house, and do a new barn, a 2,500 square foot barn in a similar location, but through our activity envelope and site plan review, we looked at that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, can I give it to Glenn? All right, Glenn, it's yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michaela, do I have to share this screen? Okay, thanks so much. Okay, thanks, Leslie. We'll try not to repeat a lot of the things that Leslie said because she did a good job.
I'll work on this side of
Yeah.
the same thing.
And
so.
I'll cut things out as I can. Let me
okay,
just
Glenn.
introduce the members of our team. You've met Sarah and Brendan on the site visit, Sarah and Brendan Doran. We've got Heather Henry from Connect One. She's the landscape architect. And Andy Corbers with Land and Shelter. She's the architect. And Jonathan Losky, who you know is our wildlife biologist. He'll comment on the wildlife considerations. And we're going to split up this presentation quite a bit among the different members of our team. The first slide that I want to present is the land use requests. Leslie's touched upon them. Quickly, it's to vacate 6 lots in the subdivision, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Can I have a question about that right there, if that's okay. So if they're gonna build a 20,000 square foot indoor riding arena and a 24 stall barn and incorporate a CDU, why is that vacating 7, 8, and 9? It must be just some kind of legal language, because it seems to me that that's more than having 3 houses there. So,
Wait.
No,
We got everybody raising their hands, so we gotta.
So, Francie, we have a subdivision plat that's been recorded, and it carves out specific lot boundaries
seen all that,
as
yep.
residential lots. So part of what this review is a major plat amendment to eliminate residential lots off of this plat. And in replacement of the 3 residential lots, they are creating an activity envelope on open space parcel A, that activity envelope encompasses the riding arena, the barn, and everything like that, which is consistent with the uses that were specified that could happen in parcel A. So we're amending.
Before the subdivision or whatever, as part of
As-
Lot A's open space thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The word vacate implies that then it's going to be vacant.
No.
So.
Okay, and each of those lots, again, was approved with 7,500 square feet of residential floor area.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep, thank you. Sorry, Glenn.
Okay, it's okay. The second item on this list is to divide open space parcel A, so the area above the ditch near the crown would become open space parcel C, and that would be encumbered in a conservation easement. The land use approvals, the major land use approvals are the indoor riding arena and the associated agricultural buildings. A new barn and redevelopment of the employee dwelling unit down by the road, elimination of the 18,000 square foot red calving barn by the road, improve the lower pasture road and Angus Lane, so we'll have dual access year-round to the area that we're calling the Hidden Meadow, where the agricultural indoor riding arena will be, and the barn. We think that dual access year-round is important for emergency services and also for large trailers that are carrying horses. And then landscaping along the ridges to screen the existing ranch operations that are now on open space parcel A, as well as screening of the agricultural barn and the riding arena on that hidden meadow, primarily from houses that are across the way on a bench that are at a comparable elevation. So that's a background of what we're looking for. In addition to that, we're asking for the award of 3 TDRs to sterilize parcels 3 and 5 as visually constrained lots, and parcel 6 as a constrained lot that's significantly affected by wildlife habitat. Leslie went through this vicinity map. I don't know, Kelly, you said you didn't hear this, but she went through the vicinity map in great detail, talking about the adjoining properties. Let me just touch upon this one question. This parcel right here is the DK, it's the DKD 2004 trust parcel. It's entirely in a conservation easement. That easement was entered into by the McIntyres when they owned the property, and it was then acquired by the Danziger family after that. And the significance of this is that it would be adjacent to a conservation easement on open space parcel C, so all of this land would be encumbered in a conservation easement. So that's significant. The land to the north is agricultural. We've got Picken County subdivided lots on the bench across Prince Creek Road, and then the Flying Dog Ranch and Prince Creek Road. That's kind of the site vicinity. In terms of the land use approvals that were granted, I think Leslie covered that. I think the key that we want to mention, and this is important, is that the Ty Bar subdivision land use approval took place in 2000. So it predated the extension of the residential growth management system to the Crystal River Valley. So this application didn't go through growth management. And another significant consideration is that it predated the scenic view protection standards in the Prince Creek Valley. So the lots were sited without going through scenic view protection. And it's significant when you see the ridgeline issues that we're going to discuss later in this presentation. And you're looking at pretty significant residential development in that all of the lots, with the exception of lot 2, are approved for 7,500 square feet of residential floor area, and lot 2 is approved for 12,500 square feet of residential floor area. And once again, that was out prior to growth management. You've also got the calving barn, which is 18,000 square feet, which is down adjacent to Prince Creek Road. So with that little bit of background, what I want to do is turn the presentation over to Brendan so that he can describe the condition of the ranch and the activities that he's been working on to try to restore the ranch and improve it.
We have another mic over here though too, Glenn, so if you want to stay at the table.
You can take, just.
We may be picking your brain too some more, so.
Okay.
That's
Hi,
okay,
Brendan.
thank you. Hello. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I think the current condition of the ranch for anyone that's been out there or has driven up Prince Creek Road or ridden the bike trail has known that it's, Emma did the absolute best she possibly could, but at some point she was unable to keep up with things and maintenance was deferred. And so now the area below the 18,000 square foot cattle barn that is next to Prince Creek Road, we could not act, is that the picture? Yeah. That is pure cow manure. There was no topsoil that I ever got to. I used a chisel plow and went down and buried the chisels all the way and never got to anything but manure and baling twine. It now grows grass. We spent about $11,000 on that 8 acres this spring, just getting it back to grow a blade of grass. So that's just one example of what we kind of knew we were taking on. As far as the other fields, there was a lot of hay over the years that was brought in from elsewhere, so the weeds are through the roof in a combination of overgrazing and bringing non-weed-free hay from other places. Are two things that I've observed. As well, in this kind of from the agricultural activity and on Angus Lane, previously to our ownership, that was getting at least 20 trips a day when they were in need of moving agriculture materials, i.e. hay bales, up and down Angus Lane from the red cattle barn to the hidden meadow and the other areas to feed. So there was a significant amount of traffic on that throughout the winter months for quite some time, which two things: one, caused the road to get pretty beat up, and two, caused the fields up top to be completely annihilated, for lack of a better term. As far as the other things that we're working with, I've already spoken with multiple occasions the Colorado River District, NRCS, the Roaring Fork Conservancy, and Basin Irrigation to work towards a more efficient irrigation system on the ranch from both a water conservation level and a mere understanding that the entire irrigation system was built in 1980 and it's on its last leg. So those are some of the existing conditions agriculturally that we have encountered. One to add to that, and Jonathan will speak to this with a better definition. The fencing on the ranch is again on its last leg, and it seems as though the fence was not ever repaired properly. All they did was put more wire on it. It's been very hazardous to the wildlife. We're now up to about 7 animals that we've had to pull out of the fencing. Just 2 weeks ago, I had to call John Groves and remove a cow elk that had gotten stuck and thrashed herself to death, and then bring the wildlife biologist out to retrieve the collar, because it was a collared yearling from their study that they do south of Prince Creek in the December-January months. So that is one of the big things that we will be taking on, is the fencing, and currently that number just in materials is a earth-shattering number that I can furnish for you if you would like me to, but it's north of $2 million in materials with to replace the existing fence on the ranch, and I know that because that's what I do for a living. And that's not labor, that's just materials. Just to add to it, my experience with our wildlife. Last year, my guys in the springtime, harrowing and doing other things, found 36 animal sheds, and every one of them was in what we are proposing to be open space parcel C. And open space parcel C, when you crunch the numbers on it, when we put that into conservation, that means we'll be putting in 28% of the ranch into conservation. And I think as far as conditions, that's where I'm at.
Okay, so I'm going to let Jonathan talk about the wildlife conditions. Jonathan, you can use this screen here.
So I've already discussed some of this stuff with you guys during the site visit, but as Leslie and Glenn and Brendan discussed, the important thing to remember is that open space parcel C, the area above the Mount Sopris ditch, is where the winter concentration area is mapped and field verified for both mule deer and elk on the ranch. The area where the equestrian facility is being proposed is not within the mapped or field verified habitat. It is within the buffer, the quarter-mile buffer. It's important to note that it is only lot 6 where the applicants are proposing to extinguish a development right on that property based on the recommendation of John Groves. That's the only lot that has a little piece of the actual winter concentration area within it. It is immediately adjacent to the existing conservation easement. And it's important to also note that the pretty cool thing about placing this 125-ish acres of land into conservation easement, it is adjacent to that other area of conserved land. So the net result is a contiguous area of conservation easement that is adjacent to the BLM property on the Crown that provides continuous winter concentration area for both mule deer and elk, that it will be preserved in perpetuity. And as a wildlife biologist, I'm a huge fan of conservation easements because they're forever. So we know that on those 2 pieces of property, there will never be development. I met with John Groves a few times on the property. Sarah and Brendan did as well. And on his initial visit, he had requested that we move the equestrian facility further to the west so that more of the hidden valley was preserved for mule deer and elk to move freely through there. And then also we agreed that it was a really good idea to limit the vehicular access to the facility on the west side so that the building itself would serve as a screen between the important wildlife habitat and the comings and goings of people. It would be on the west side where the most activity would be going on. Other than that, like I said, he had requested that Lot 6 be vacated, and that was included in the application. We later, once we considered all of the, or the importance of the wildlife habitat on there, the applicants decided to add in the conservation easement. As Leslie had mentioned, this draw that heads westerly on the south side of lots 7 and 8 and eventually ends up by lot 6, where it then opens up eventually towards Prince Creek. That is used as both a daily and seasonal movement corridor, particularly by deer, or primarily by deer. And so it's important to note that both lots 7 and 8 where you would have 7,500 square feet of residential development, those would be immediately adjacent to that movement corridor, and again, immediately adjacent to the winter concentration area that's on the south. And again, in my opinion, we're not talking about apples and apples here when we're comparing this equestrian facility to residential development. If you consider the fact that the North Porcupine mountain bike trail is right here on the crown, and you think about the residential development of 3 7,500 square foot houses here, and the kids and the dogs and the ATVs and the mountain bikes and the snowmobiles that would all have access to the crown here, and there'd be no limit on them accessing that during the winter. The trade-off here, adding that conservation easement without all of that disturbance in there, is apples and Subarus. I think this is a tremendous win for wildlife to eliminate the development here and down here. So then, when it comes to the plowing of Angus Lane, and as you guys probably know, John Groves and I agree 99.99% of the time. Given the fact that, as Brendan discussed, all this pinyon juniper, and I think those of you who were on the site visit remember, that is basically a pinyon juniper canopy with nothing but dirt and weeds under it right now. Now, that's not to mean that in the future it will not be habitat again, but right now it does not provide much habitat. And besides that, as this has been an agricultural property for, over 100 years, that road has been used, and particularly the past probably decade, has been used tremendously daily by numerous tractors, trucks, trailers moving up and down to these upper fields. And so I don't understand why there would be any benefit to limiting the plowing here. And research has shown, and there's been numerous studies that have shown, that vehicles work as moving blinds. Those of you who've ever driven by or heard of deer or elk, you're in your truck, they don't really care that you're there. As soon as you open the door, that's when they flush. So the deer that use this during the winter or during the transition season have habituated to this use. It's not a new use, and I would argue that the use is actually probably going to decrease as compared to what's been used over the past decade or so. So just to sum up again, I think putting the perpetual conservation easement on the winter concentration area on the property is a huge win. Extinguishing the development rights on the lots on the property in exchange for this equestrian facility is another plus for wildlife. Again, comparing the impacts of 3 residential lots up there adjacent to the winter concentration area and all of the activity associated with it, again, is no comparison. The hundreds of acres of ecological restoration and habitat improvement that Brendan is proposing on the ranch is just tremendous. It's in really poor condition, although over the past year it's improved tremendously. The open space parcel C fields up here were really nothing but weeds, and now there's the weeds are mostly gone, and it's mostly alfalfa and grass. Another point about that is that as part of the conservation easement, we're proposing to leave one cutting behind, well, to only do one cutting. The rest will be left in the late summer and fall for forage for mule deer and elk, as well as other animals. The other thing that Brendan mentioned, the fencing on the ranch is in terrible condition and poses a serious threat to wildlife. So, converting all of that perimeter fencing, especially up here, in the areas around the crown and adjacent to the other conservation easement would be a huge benefit. So, any
Let's
questions?
see if there's any questions. We do have Greg. Greg has been on the phone, and now Greg is back. Any questions for Jonathan, guys? No, good job.
Patty?
Yes.
I just want to, because Brendan and Jonathan have now mentioned the fencing. Condition of approval 13E kind of reflects Brendan's vision for completely redoing the fencing and the gates on the ranch. And it's a little bit different kind of standard. It's different than your standard condition of approval for fencing. And we're just, I just created a condition that says that Brendan with CPW will work on a whole fencing and gating plan for the ranch. And that plan needs to be approved by CPW and staff, but CPW before any permits are issued for the equine center.
Okay. Steve Child, please.
Yeah, question about the fences between Conservation Parcel C and the Danziger Conservation Easement land. Is that fence going to remain in there? Will it be totally removed? Will there be a new fence put above the ditch to separate out the Parcel C? And will the Parcel C land be grazed by livestock, or will it be left entirely for wildlife?
Is this on?
Yeah,
you got me.
Red light, you're on.
Yeah, okay. Yes, so to answer that question, I don't believe that we'll be able to remove the fence between the trust property currently owned by Emma and our ranch, as she does utilize that 196 acres for grazing. In a lease. She doesn't actually use it herself, she leases it out. Two, yes, the fence between open space parcel A and open space parcel C will be replaced. And three, there will be, I can't comment on whether there will be no grazing of the area that's in conservation easement. If we were to graze it, it would probably be a spring grazing prior to irrigation season, once their irrigation in that area is fixed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands.
Okay, so we've covered the existing conditions, the background, the status of the wildlife. What we want to do now is shift a little bit and talk about the vision for the ranch and the future land use plan. And I want to introduce Sarah, who's going to talk about Brendan and Sarah's vision for the ranch and what the horse operation will be. And then I'll talk about the future land use plan.
Thank you. Yes, so the vision for the ranch has a few different elements. You've heard a lot about the land restoration so far, and we've already covered most elements of that: irrigation, fencing, pasture and hayfield restoration, planting trees in crucial screening areas. There's also a lot of repairs needed to the existing building, so that's another piece of restoration that we're undertaking, as well as burying the power lines, some other sort of big ticket items like that would be big improvements to the property, the health of the land, as well as the visual impacts for the surrounding neighborhoods. And so I'll say a little bit about the work that I do, the purpose of the horse facility. This is not a commercial lesson program or boarding facility. The purpose of it is the work that I do, which is called natural lifemanship. It's a model of equine-assisted learning and psychotherapy that helps people to build connected relationships and overcome stress and trauma and develop self-awareness and self-regulation. So it's work that really benefits everyone. People find it helpful for parenting and all kinds of different areas of life. It helps us become aware of our relational patterns and develop healthy relational patterns. And working with the horses in that way is very powerful because horses give us direct feedback about the state of our nervous system and what kind of energy we're projecting. And it's very powerful and exciting work for me. And so it consists, a lot of it is really working in the round pen with the horse, although you can do it in many different settings, but that's sort of the core of it, is having a horse and a person in the round pen interacting with the horse at liberty, so no tools of control on the horse. That's an example of when I've connected with the horse and asked the horse to follow me around. It's a pretty cool feeling when you get the horses to connect in that way. And it becomes sort of like a dance where you're communicating with them from across the pen and then asking them to come close to you. And that's all part of the process of learning the relational principles that then translate to all other relationships in your life. And many people find it really transformative. It's not too strong a word. I have certainly found that myself. And so my background is in the high-level show jumping world. I've been in the horse breeding business as well for many years. That's not my focus anymore, but my background is high-level performance horses. And so the horses that we're planning to have here will be a combination of some ranch horses, kind of hardy types that can spend a lot of time outside, as well as some more athletic horses. And my clients will come somewhat from that world as well, because the work has applications in horsemanship as well. So we call it connected horsemanship, basically helping people to have better relationships with their horses, as well as it's very powerful to help horses that have had difficult experiences and sort of need psychotherapy of their own. I've seen horses really transform because just like us, horses' brains have plasticity, and so we can actually build new pathways and really change our health and horses' health for the better through the work. So I see clients for equine assisted learning as well as for connected horsemanship. So people can come, maybe coming from the high level performance horse world. That's some of my client base for this work. And so basically in the way the facility will run, and I think I'm slated to say a little bit more about this later, but it's a very peaceful and quiet private atmosphere. That's what's required for the work, and it's also how I've always run my barn. Even when I had performance horses in training as my primary thing, I just feel it's so much better for the horses to have things really peaceful and quiet. I've never been interested in running a big, busy lesson program or anything like that. So I'll have the group of our horses will be there, and then, and I'll say more about this later when Glenn asked me to in the presentation. So then the other aspects of our vision I'll just cover briefly. We mentioned the retreat barn on lot 11. That would be, in exchange for the house, the residential square footage that was already approved there, and it would be smaller than 7,500 square feet. We don't have the plans finalized yet, but I would estimate about 5,000 square feet maybe. A barn-style building with a small number of guest rooms, and that would not be in continuous operation. It would be a place that individuals or small groups could come on retreat to do the work. I'm also a mindfulness meditation teacher, and so retreats would involve the work with the horses as well as meditation, mindfulness, and just a chance to really slow down and enjoy the natural environment of the ranch. And so that would just be intermittent use by small numbers of people. And then pursuing sustainable agriculture. Brendan has an extensive agricultural background and has produced hay for many, many years on large acreage in the Steamboat area without the use of any chemicals or anything like that. So we're really committed to restoring the land and pursuing agriculture in a way that's very eco-friendly and sustainable. And primarily, as you've seen, it's the land is for hay production. So it's a grass alfalfa mix that we're going to be cultivating on the hay fields there. And then the final element is the community outreach. We'd like to have some programs for local schools where kids could come and learn about working on the land and caring for animals, growing food, things like that. Brendan's a really amazing teacher. He's one of the lead trainers and ski pros for Aspen Ski Company, and he's quite amazing with teaching all ages of people, but including children, and really enjoys that. So I think that would be a wonderful thing for the community that we'd like to offer as well.
Right,
So,
thank you.
The next part of the presentation is to talk about the future land use plan. Leslie's touched upon it. I'm not going to get into it in a lot of detail, but we're talking about the servicing the hidden meadow right here, which is not visible from Prince Creek Road, with dual access from Angus Lane and also from the Ty Bar Ranch Road. As Jonathan touched upon, we think the dual access is important for emergency service vehicles so that they can get to the equine facilities, and also the Angus Lane access is very important for large trailers. It's a much safer road than going all the way around, so the dual access year-round is an important component of the plan. We're also proposing the elimination of the 6 lots, and I think the word is to vacate the lots is a term in the code, and that's where that came from. These 3 lots in the hidden meadow would be replaced by the agricultural facilities. Lot 6, which is down here, would be deemed a constrained lot due to the wildlife constraints, and the recommendation to do this came from Colorado Parks and Wildlife to eliminate this lot. Then we've got lots 3 and 5, which are visually constrained lots, which we'll get into a little later on after Heather presents the plan for this area and Andy talks about the architectural design of the buildings in the hidden meadow. So with that, Heather, you can go through.
Well, they're going around, so you said that we're gonna wait until some other studies come back before we reach a decision point of any kind? Is that what you said?
No, with regard to the water, the wells, the potable water, I had requested that they further research their documentation in the wells to make sure that the well permits can support the commercial riding arena and the addition of the caretaker dwelling unit in that location.
And that will happen before we pass any?
No, I don't know if Glenn has an update for me or whether they have the documentation or.
We have adequate water rights to serve everything that's proposed on the ranch, and the attorney that represents us has looked into that. I don't think it's anything that we should postpone the approval. We have his opinion that there's adequate water, and what I would ask is that be demonstrated before we go to building permit for anything.
Okay.
Because I think the concern was the use of the water, not necessarily, not just the amount of water.
Right. No,
That could
we
it be
have
used for
the
domestic
legal and
wells
physical
compared to the-
capability.
And if you're putting in 5 bedrooms bunkhouse, I can imagine you're just gonna have 1 bathroom for all those big guys down there. So, we're gonna have
That building
water
already
issues.
has the number of bathrooms that we would need.
Let's
We
keep that.
basically would just be like converting an office into a bedroom, and there's already a full bath next to it, so.
We just wanna make sure, and you know, in the past, when we've done some subdivisions, we required, proof of water and clarification of water before we moved anywhere, so.
Right, the code does require that for subdivision. This was just a request
Yeah.
that came from the P&Z.
But that's what brings it to mind. for me.
Because the Vandevetter spring water is specifically for irrigation, I think, so this would have to have, these buildings would then be served by wells, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The Vandevetter.
The Vandevetter spring water is domestic use for the 18,000 foot,
Barn.
or, excuse me, not for the barn. That water comes from the agricultural system. Is domestic use for the bunkhouse that is adjacent to the 18,000 square foot barn, and then that water goes over the top of the hill and is gravity fed and is piped to the lot 2, and lot 2 utilizes a combination of the Vandeventer spring water and the well that is currently in place on lot 2.
So it's not restricted to irrigation water, the Vandevetter spring?
No,
Okay,
it's
thank you.
It goes to Emma's house also, actually.
Yes.
On lot 1.
Yes.
But I would request that the water issue be clarified if this moves forward, not to delay it, but before anything.
At building permit.
That's, yeah, it's key.
Yeah, and we can furnish all
We've
of
been
that.
caught in that before. People said, oh, we have water rights, and then we go through all the approval process, and we're kind of hung up, and they're kind of hung up, and we'd rather avoid that. Okay, moving us along.
Or
Yes,
driving
Kelly?
water up to that part of the county anyway.
What did you say?
I don't know, what, we didn't, what'd you,
Sorry, and to just acknowledge that we know that there's not sufficient water for other developments up there anyway.
Right.
That they have to have water trucked in. So I agree with Patty.
okay, please, moving us along.
Moving us along. Hi, Heather Henry, Connect One Design. So I'm going to talk about 4 pieces or so of this puzzle. Our access now at a more detailed level. On the site plan here, right around our arena and our barn space, how we located these buildings. You heard some reference to, you know, our early design versus where we got to now, some grading and screening of kind of this overall area. So let's to just orient you all a little bit. You've heard a lot of reference to Angus Lane. And so this is our existing access here on Angus. And as mentioned, our sort of safest travel way to get everybody to this facility. So that's over here on the left-hand side. We really started to look at, again, as we got into wildlife, how we wanted to arrange this facility, how the building locations, you know, wanted to kind of come together. And this was this combination of influences, again, from John Groves and knowing what we were surrounded by, but also knowing we have neighbors that live up on the hill. You know, what does this want to look like from further away, et cetera? As you approach it, you know, what is your first impression, et cetera. So the design of this, where we have our primary vehicle access kind of surrounded by these buildings, where there's going to be most of the vehicle and kind of foot traffic as people may get in and out of their cars, et cetera, and then we're delivering things to the facility. We really wanted the buildings to kind of encapsulate that and surround that. That said, this whole facility that you see here, you heard reference to us moving it as John and Jonathan started to talk through how we could think about kind of mitigating being in this buffer zone. So originally, for those of you that visited the Hidden Meadow, you know, as you get a little higher into the Hidden Meadow, it's kind of got this beautiful bowl shape to it, but as you were higher in the meadow, there were better views. You could see out, you could see a little bit more of Sopris, etc. So originally our facility was located, you know, almost entirely here where it says Turnout on the western edge of this. And that was where then, as we worked through some of these details, we took the relationships of the buildings and the vehicles and we said, well, what if we kind of slide that? And we slide that to the east. We provide more buffer. So now you have the buildings, the facilities, you have turnout, then you have the conservation easement, and then you have the land beyond.
That's west?
Sorry,
You're
backwards.
Heather. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
She was backwards.
That's east.
Yes.
Okay.
You were correct.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Moves to the east. Thank you. And so that was where kind of shifting this whole facility. Now that said, we've gotten to keep this relationship. So now this all of the buildings and the vehicles, et cetera, are really in some of that lowest area of this hidden meadow. So truly hidden in the hidden meadow. And we've been really excited about how that's come together. So as you approach on Angus Lane, here to the right, you're taking the turn in. Again, this is the main vehicle access point. And then here, I'm assuming you guys online can still see the hand moving. Okay. And so here where I'm kind of encircling, so this is the parking area. So this is turnaround for any of our larger vehicles, but also just passenger vehicle parking, etc. So right here. And then access to the indoor arena, access to the barn, access, we have a small indoor lunge round pen area. And then above is maintenance building and storage, etc. And then down below, other access. This is a gated emergency and maintenance access. So part of this is just fire, right? Being able to get a vehicle into here for anything for these buildings, and also just, you know, making sure that emergency access all the way pretty much around those buildings. And we reviewed this with the fire district, and they really liked this approach. And we've actually used this to incorporate the outdoor lunge and round pen. So I think kind of a really fun way to, you know, this will really look like just sort of part of the landscape design of this facility to have this access point here.
So that'll be a outdoor arena and it'll have roadbed or?
Likely, yeah, or crusher fines or something like
Sand.
that. Yeah, sand. So
Essentially.
the horses, but vehicle rated, but something the horses'
But
feet
light.
like also.
Mhm.
Yep. So yeah, an emergency fire vehicle rated. Yep. So then the outdoor areas, so you have you know, outdoor basically paddocks directly next to the barn, and so these are enclosed spaces right outside the stables, and then larger turnout areas. And so as we move this facility, this is really kind of neat that we'll have our larger turnout areas as this like graduated buffer, right, from the buildings to these turnout and then to the ranch beyond. The outdoor arena here directly outside the barn. And so those are kind of the main elements. Grading has also, as we shifted things and moved around, you know, there was a lot of win-win. So being able to move this entire facility again kind of down into the lower area of the hidden meadow, the grading has worked out really well. We're grading a lot less in the turnout spaces. They're pretty ready-made, you know, to work really well for that. And then this lowest area had the most, the flattest area really to put this whole facility and the outdoor arena, et cetera. So then here, so if you remember, there was reference to the ravine, again, that separates the conservation easement here to the south, and then basically there's then kind of a berm. So right here, you come out of the ravine and there's a berm. So we're now able to take advantage of that, and we'll actually accentuate that berm. And all along the southern edge of the outdoor arena, we'll do additional screening and landscaping. So the idea is to keep all that vegetation that's coming up out of the ravine and the berm and just add to that and really bring it into this facility. So you get additional screening and you know, again, both visual but also for the wildlife. So really adding to that buffer. Not on this plan, and you know, to the west, we'll be doing some additional landscape screening, et cetera, so additional planting to some of the meadows, again, just adjacent to this. And so there's kind of an entire landscape plan that's like landscape plan in addition to what Brendan has talked about from kind of the ranching perspective. And then that's pretty much it. This is our septic facility off.
What's over to the left of the screen, the little black bars, and it looks like there's a parking area with a car.
So this is just like a little.
Down.
Oh, down further.
Yeah.
This?
Yeah.
Oh, that's septic.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is it?
And then
Septic.
so the septic, the leach, and then what we said is we would probably just do like adjacent to that again, so that you can drive in and maintain your septic, and then we'll do just a little bit of overflow parking, but it'd be very loose, probably just kind of a gravel, even just reinforced grass area.
EDU or CDU, it's gonna be in the building?
In the
Down
barn
the
right
lower
here,
barn down below.
top of the barn.
Top of the barn?
Yep.
No.
Oh, that
there's- yeah,
CDU.
there's
Oh,
one
yeah,
here.
right.
Yes,
Yeah,
in
right.
this barn right here where
Yeah.
my hand is.
Forgot about that.
Yep, yeah.
I have a question about the turnouts. Why do you need to grade those at all? It seemed like that meadow was pretty nice up there, that ice.
Yeah, they're pretty ready-made. There is kind of a slope.
Yeah, just a little bit of smoothing and just whatever, when we do the grading for the facility itself, however, we need to make it a very smooth transition between that and the turnout fields.
So
But yes, you're right, it's quite close to
yeah.
being perfect.
And so red is the proposed Francie, so like this one had none.
Red.
Does it show as red? It shows
No.
as red in front of me. Sorry.
Oh, it's hard to see.
Yeah, so here, these smoother grades, and they're a solid line, not a dash line. Yep, that's the proposed. So this one is, you're just smoothing it out a bit, and then the ones at the front, again, very minimal, right? This is the existing contour. Now, if you guys noticed as well, the Hidden Meadow has some pretty serious weed issues as well, and so regrading and doing some revegetation in these areas is kind of only going to be a bonus, and really making sure those turnouts are healthy spaces.
And so will these be reseeded in grasses? So you'll get rid of any alfalfa remnants and all of that?
Native grasses.
Okay.
Any questions? Let me see.
Civil landscape, and
Greg's
then
got his
Andy's
hand
going to
up.
talk architecture, so.
Greg, please. Nice to have you back, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. I was transitioning down valley to up valley. I'm following it. I remember the site tour. I've got a few questions here. One, those lots that are being neutralized isn't the word, but the lots that are going to be taken away are where this facility is now. Is that correct?
Yes, so one, kind of circling. Sorry, yeah, I was just doing 1, 2, and 3. So 9, 8, 7.
They were all right over in there. Okay.
7 and 8 are south of it. They're 7
so
and 8 are right on the edge of the draw, whereas the facility is a bit north, as we've discussed. It's pushed away from the draw.
Yeah, like single-family homes would probably be right
on the
here,
verge,
right on the
yes.
edge of the draw.
Yes.
So the axis of this map is north-south, correct? North is straight up?
Yes.
Okay. I guess my questions were, one, just wanted to confirm that this is where the lots were that were being neutralized because it was proximate to wildlife area. And I just wanted to highlight that again, that the facility is going to go in there now instead of that. And then the other thing I'm seeing is the turnabout with the circular ring in the middle. For some reason, I thought you were saying that you were trying to put all the human activity on the other side to the west, and in order to keep less activity for the ungulates and wildlife passing through, and that doesn't appear to be what's happening here. So I'm seeing contradictions. At least that's what they appear to be. So I'd love to just address those, because it seems like this road to the turnaround is clearly a road that's going to be used, correct?
Rarely.
Rarely.
Emergency access only. It will be gated.
Yep, so there's
to
a
prevent cars.
gate right here, Greg. And so this is rarely used. This is basically in an emergency use.
It has to be there in order to have fire access to those buildings, but we're not interested in using it day to day. I mean, I'll say a little more about that in the just details of the horse facility, but it's very helpful to keep vehicle traffic in a separate area from horse traffic. And so, even in the summer months, the horse traffic is primarily, as you can see, to the south, east, and west of the facility, and we don't want cars in there. So it's only emergencies.
So this here, where I'm circling, is what we were saying is that activity, car doors, right, the horse trailers, drop off, pickup, any of that, deliveries, that's all here. So that's what we were saying about keeping that enclosed within the buildings and on the north side, Greg. And so this graphically, right, looks very similar, but this is entirely gated, and so this is only emergency. And this, when you think about those pictures that you saw, that like quiet, peaceful, the whole area where those relationship and all that work is happening is all of this area, the outdoor arena, the round pen. And so that's that whole quiet side of the barn. Again, not just wildlife, but the actual operations of the facility.
And then I assume the irrigator and ranch manager on their ATV will be using that, though, right? They'll probably open that gate and go right through it, because that's the obvious way to get out there to pick rocks out of the turnout and
Brendan's
was my
the
next
ranch
question.
manager.
Yes, and currently we are shifting away from ATVs. We actually just purchased a new e-bike, and our guys will be irrigating on e-bikes all next
awesome.
summer. So we are getting away from internal combustion engines, and so anything that's going to happen around there that is not needing a tractor would be happening on foot or via e-bike.
Got it. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for telling me that. And then also the last one on this section is these turnouts. I'm thinking back to Tom Bailey and the way he pulled every rock larger than, probably 2 inches in diameter out of his fields at great expense and took all the topsoil off and graded them into perfect, expensive horse property. I can imagine that happening here. If you're working with really high-end horses, you're probably not going to want them tripping over stones, right? So are the rocks going to be pulled out of here? Is there, I'm wondering how much disturbance are we going to actually see?
Yeah, I mean, as has been mentioned, this meadow is not in good shape right now, so it needs significant work and restoration anyway. So yes, it's not actually all that rocky. We're gonna be making sure that it's safe for the horses. But I think that it's going to require an amount of disturbance that's kind of commensurate with the restoration that's needed as well. It's not going to be. We're just going to do what we need to make it safe and to make the land and the soil healthy.
So it'll probably be whatever you call it, either turned out, turned up, turned about.
Turn about.
Yeah, well, it requires some seeding, some overseeding, and that sort of thing to restore the grass as well. But
Okay, thanks. I'll have more. Thanks.
I've worked with a lot of different folks, and I sure hope that Brendan and Sarah don't get compared to Mr. Bailey.
He has his strengths.
I'm just. I mean,
gonna do neighbor
they're
comparisons.
entirely different.
it's a different deal.
Yeah.
It's a different deal.
Okay, are we moving along? I don't see any other questions from the board.
Move on to the horse operations.
And is
Oh, the
Andy next?
architecture.
Andy's next.
No, you do
Oh.
the horse operations, then Andy.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I guess this is just the time to say a little bit more detail about how the facility will operate and such. A few things to just briefly draw your attention to. We already talked about the peaceful private atmosphere. So this is not going to be a place where there's lots of different people, many different owners boarding many different horses. It'll be our ranch horses, some of my own more athletic horses, and then a group of stalls will remain usually empty so that clients, when they want to come do connected horsemanship work, they could bring their own horses if they'd like for a few days, or sometimes clients are interested in sending a horse for me to work with or something like that. So that's a group of stalls for client horses, and then just I'd like to have, if I can find the appropriate person, this is how I've always run my barn, to just have a really good small private tenant who would have their own training operation in the facility with me. It's helpful to have a good horseman to sort of partner with on things like that, and it's also just, I prefer that as a way to generate income for the facility, to help run the facility at a high standard of quality. That's sort of the way that I've found works best, is renting dry stalls to someone who's a really good horseman and has a sort of private, contained training operation of their own. It's much better for me than trying to board horses for people or to be in horse sales, which is what I was doing for a while. This is, maintaining a horse facility at a high standard of safety and quality is it's expensive, and as you might imagine, equine assisted therapy is not a lucrative business. It's something that this is often discussed in the field, is how to make a business even sustainable long term when you're doing this type of work. So that's just how I've always run my facility, and it's worked really well to have someone there. It's also it's just good to have a good horseman in residence with me. So I'll be hoping to find the right person. It's not as easy in this area. I've always been based at areas where there's sort of more shows and higher end training going on. This isn't an area that's really a hotbed of high end competition, but there are good people around. And then Andy will say more, but a few things to note about how we've designed the facility. We've talked about how the car area is separated from the horse area, just to emphasize again that that's how we want it from a horsemanship perspective, that emergency access road is not a place that I'm going to want vehicle traffic coming right next to the outdoor arena or the outdoor round pen in the summer months, and then in the winter there won't be a need except for in an emergency in any case. But that's important for safety. Horses can spook at just a car going by right near them, and can create a disturbance. And then within the barn, you'll see that there are several designated areas for work areas, for tack rooms, grooming, wash, and that's also really a safety thing. I've worked in barns that sort of have all that stuff shoved into the barn aisles, and it becomes cluttered, and then you have horses passing each other, and people sort of at close range, and accidents can happen and have that I've seen. So it's really to do it to make it really as safe as possible and as good for the horses and people as possible, to have designated areas for your equipment and for grooming and caring for the horses is important, so that stuff isn't happening all cluttering the barn aisle. And then you'll also see that the stalls, it's laid out so that the stalls have natural light and airflow, which is really important for horse health, in my opinion. And then just a note about the access roads as well. The Angus Lane access is crucial for this facility throughout the year, partly because it's a safer slope, and it's really the only viable access for trailers to come in and out. The northern road that comes into the ranch has several problems, including really poor visibility by that bluff. It's even just to pull out of there in a car, it can be quite dangerous when people come flying down Prince Creek Road and they can't see you there. And then also that portion of the ranch road that comes, the Tybar Ranch Road that comes up towards the shop and the lot 2 where our house is carved into a very precipitous slope, and it drops off really steeply on the south side of the road. Last winter, our guys had an issue already with an equipment trailer sliding backwards and sideways. Luckily, it happened at a point below where it gets really, really steep, but it's just not a safe way to bring emergency vehicles in and out in the winter, or to count on horse trailers being able to go in and out. It's also circuitous to get to the hidden meadow from there. There's sort of a turn that's difficult, and it can be quite slippery in the winter. So really not a viable way. If a horse was colicking and had to get to the clinic urgently in a storm, that would not be a viable way to take them. So it's crucial that we can have access on Angus Lane. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrea Korber. I'm here with Land and Shelter. I go by Andy, and I'm the architect for the Equestrian Center property. We are proposing a material palette that's earth tones, non-reflective. It's grays and browns and beiges. So the palette is the slide that I'm starting with. It's meant to blend into the hillside as much as possible. We've also clustered the buildings quite close together. The landscape architect and everyone has already spoken about that, but just in keeping with the guidelines of the land use code, we're trying to keep all of this stuff tight and keep vehicular type of activities on one side, and then pedestrian or horseback activities can spread out to the outer side of the buildings. The buildings are broken down so that you can see here an example of how we're trying to break up the massing through what we're doing with the roofs and the slopes and dormers and things, and then occasionally breaking up the massing, like on the arena on the right there, using materials and sort of bumps in and out, so we can sort of bring down the scale of these structures. everything is designed to, well, these are very low energy use buildings. Naturally, you don't want to heat these spaces. The horses heat them themselves. So like the winter design temperature is like 45 degrees. So you're not running these like HVAC systems. So, and there's great southern access with the indoor riding arena roof. So this facility will be net positive. The overall ranch as a whole, we're hoping can be net zero, but at least for this facility, super low energy use and lots of generation. So that's looking really, really
Can I just see
incredible.
if Greg has a, Greg, do you have a
Please.
question here?
Thanks,
or-
Greg. Sorry, I
All right.
saw the hand.
Don't have one here, sorry.
Okay. Thanks, Patty. So, but we also do have windows to bring in natural daylight, deep overhangs, so that we're shading that in the summer, but allowing it to enter in the winter. So just the general best practices of passive design. We're not just taking it for granted that these are going to be low energy use. So the architecture is trying to be responsive, very responsive to energy goals, both from my own perspective, but coming from our clients' goals for the property as well. All of these are single story except for the stall barn, which has a partial second story where there's that caretaker dwelling unit. The caretaker dwelling unit is intended to be there for really practical reasons. If anything happened there at night where there was a fire or something like that, there's always going to be someone there with eyes on, and also, of course, for the care of the horses. So, get to a 3D view here. So we have the courtyard side on the top, and then the sort of meadow side looking at the outdoor arena on the bottom there. These are all basically coming in right around 27, 28 feet, so they're pretty close to the height limit for what would happen. Although the buildings themselves are actually shorter than that. There's a balance of cut and fill, and each of these buildings has a bit of an area where there's fill, and the height restriction is, of course, like taken from existing or proposed grade, whichever is more restrictive. And so that area where we're doing some fill ends up creating a bit more height. So like in practical terms, they're gonna feel like 22 feet high buildings, but then they end up being a little bit higher because there'll be a little corner of the building that's on fill. But pretty modest, nothing's huge. None of the 45s, like the giant riding arena in on County Road 100 in Missouri Heights, which in full disclosure, my company did as well, right? Like that, the Whites one, that is 45 feet tall. So when people have these images in their head, you know, that it's twice as tall. As
Or
this.
the red barn on the way to Vail.
Either way, right? Way taller. So just
gonna
that's
say the one in Emma up on the hillside that.
yeah.
No,
That's
did you go on that
this is
tour?
not what we're talking about here. These are much
Happy
more
Day
modest, and they're really built into the earth. There's a couple of things about the architecture in the staff report, so I'll touch on that for a sec. One of the things is about light. There's the recommendation in the resolution is just to say the lights have to be shut off at dusk. The owners accept that. That's the plan anyways. They don't do riding with these horses at night. The horses' day ends at 3 p.m. But so that's good. The other thing is about the fencing being approved by CPW. There are some areas really close to the buildings where the fencing for like an outdoor riding arena is not actually wildlife friendly, limited. But I think we should just have a discussion that like we generally understand, hopefully, we generally understand there are areas where that's impractical for some of the smaller turnouts or the outdoor riding zones. That was it. Thank you. Are there any questions about the architecture?
I don't see any hands. Francie, you're good?
How many square feet is the horse barn?
16,660.
Okay.
And a half.
No.
And then the 20,000 square foot.
Arena, and then there's a little like maintenance shed. So there,
What's the total for what I'm looking at right here in front of me? Good estimate.
I think it's like 40.
Huh.
I'm sorry. I don't have the number in front of me.
28? Isn't it like
Okay, I might have to get back to you. I'm sorry.
And this property is
That's okay.
large enough that our
It's
ability
unlimited.
to build barns is actually unlimited. So the reason
Yeah.
for the commercial application is that the indoor has a specific code associated with it. And of course, we're showing what we want to build around it, but that's not, the barns themselves are not subject to commercial growth management.
Yeah, they are subject to site plan review, and we would have to show, the 3D stuff in general anyway, but they're not part of the floor area request here that is considered growth in terms of the Pickens County Code. Because it's 450 acres, their ability to do barns is unlimited, yeah.
That's why I was asking about the difference between equine and agricultural, because.
And commercial.
Yeah, and commercial.
And we understand the unlimited, that doesn't mean we like it.
Yeah.
So,
I
this
hope
is how
that
it
you're
is.
not reading tone into that, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying that, but I mean that, I'm not reading into it, that's just how we feel.
Yeah.
At least how I feel.
And we'll be eliminating the 18,000 square foot barn down below too, so we feel like there is a good, there's some balance happening. We're not only adding, we're taking away a barn in an intrusive location.
Well, sometimes it's good to spread it out, though, so. Okay, what are we doing next, Glenn?
There's a bunch of hands up.
Oh, gosh, thank you.
Do they want me to stay or not?
I'm guessing they want.
Kelly, please, then Greg, then Steve, and then I'm taking your hands away for a while.
Okay. I do just want to kind of note that I have similar specific code-related questions along the lines of the topics that Patty and Francie have raised. I was going to wait to dive into those after the applicant presentation a little bit. But for this specific, I'm wondering about the night lighting. What does that look like? If I'm looking at this schematic, what is the night lighting that I should envision associated with it?
Exterior night lighting.
The only exterior lighting is right by doors, so just like safety lighting on top of a man door. And actually, there are a couple of garage door type locations where like a farrier could pull up kind of deal. So it's really limited, and that's just generally speaking following the Pickens County Land Use Code. So there's no like driveway lighting or turnouts or no lighting like that in the landscape, of course, which we would never do. But in terms of the actual barns and arena, they have lights in them. They just don't do lessons and things at night.
Kelly, anything else?
Not at the moment, thank
Okay,
you.
Greg?
Great, yeah. Yeah, I've heard you say won't be doing any lessons or activities at night, and I'm wondering, is that actually part of the approval? Is that something that will be?
It is in the
caught-
resolution, yeah. Do you want to take that one, or do you want me to? Go ahead.
Question,
So
yeah.
they have within the resolution, it said that the lights shall be turned off at dusk as a condition of approval.
In the arena.
For the arena.
And an activity
Oh.
as well, is that part of that?
It doesn't state anything about activity, Greg.
But the lighting
Okay.
will be turned off at dusk only in the indoor arena, not in the state, because there might
You have
be
to take
other
care of the
things.
horses.
The
yeah.
way the current resolution is written, yeah.
And won't be foaling in there?
Foaling?
You won't have any foals being worn? That's gonna,
Not
if you have
planned.
any operations, you have to have some lights on.
If you're on full watch or something, clearly there would be a light on
Yeah.
in a stall. But I don't, there are so many areas of the barn that are tucked towards the back. It
Yeah.
would be possible to do that, in a non-obtrusive location. Yeah. Yeah, and someone will come in, once an evening, someone will come in and do night check, unless there's a horse having a problem, obviously. Someone will come in and do night check and check the water and throw hay, and that'll take half an hour, 40 minutes or something like that, and that's it.
I can't anticipate that lighting is gonna be a problem.
Okay, Greg, anything else?
Also, just, I appreciate the conversation about solar and energy sufficiency. You do have room up there to actually put in enough to even think about storing energy. And energy storage is kind of where things are going. And I'm just going to encourage your designers to talk to, the people that are thinking about those things on how you can create a self-sufficient space out there with energy, whether it's heat or electricity storage. There might be really innovative, cool things you can do. You've got the room to do it and spaces that might benefit from it. So just want to encourage you to keep looking at that. Thanks.
We're on the same page, Greg, but yes.
That's because he's going to a conference tomorrow about storage, so it's like right at the top.
Yeah, we've had initial conversations with Holy Cross, and we're seeking some opportunities to go from single phase to 3-phase to allow for some of these more advanced systems to be in place. So it's a work in progress.
Also, just might look at heat storage, thermal mass storage is kind of also
Don't forget the sand.
yeah, there you go, hot sand, there you go. All right, thanks.
All right, Steve, please.
I'd like to address the wildlife-friendly fence issue in terms of, barnyards, livestock handling facilities, riding arenas and whatnot. On our ranch, we had, a conservation easement with wildlife-friendly fence standards for all of the fences around pastures and around the perimeter of the property and whatnot. But within the barnyard and the handling facilities, you have to have something that is much taller. It's not wildlife friendly. You really don't want wildlife going in there, and you absolutely can't have your livestock getting out of an area that you want to keep them in. And so it's possible to put in language that specifies that for riding arenas, for your handling pens, any sort of thing like that. Do not have to be wildlife friendly. You have to design it for the purpose for keeping the livestock, the horses, where you need them, and have them be safe and the people be safe. And the wildlife can go around that area because it's not that much acreage of the whole thing.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
That was the point.
Thank
Thank you, Steve.
Kelly? And Greg, you have your hand up again. Am I coming back around to you? God, you're just doing
You are
that.
coming back around to me though, thank you. Are these barns supporting any of the irrigation and haying operations?
No. Do you want to take that? Sorry.
Oh, no. I'm trying to decide what she means, but can you clarify supporting?
So where are you gonna store all of your equipment that you need to maintain your irrigation and to do your hay cuttings and to plow up and restore the fields? I'm curious as to which buildings in the plan are supporting the agricultural components of the ranch as opposed to the equine components of the ranch.
Yeah, so Kelly, currently we have the shop that is in the main barnyard right there that Andy has her cursor on. The white roof to the left is the hay shed that collapsed in the windstorm last May 13th. And then the brown building to the left there, those are all currently under remodel design to support the agricultural operations more efficiently. And then as well, the 18,000 square foot arena that is currently in place that will be taken down, the 2,500 square foot building that will go up adjacent to the bunkhouse that will remain will also house agricultural equipment. So we're keeping as much agricultural equipment away from the horse facility as possible. But that being said, there will be one tractor, and in the horse facility area, that shed will also be utilized for hay storage.
We drove by that when we were up there.
Yep, okay, thank you. That
There's a
helps.
small equipment hay zone here, but primarily that stuff's all elsewhere. So this little building, Kelly has there's a small hay storage here, so the hay is near the horses, and then
Hay is for
there
horses.
is some equipment here, but this is really intended to be for horse trailers for this facility, but.
Okay. Next.
Okay, well, I can see it's 4 o'clock, 4:15, so I'm going to try to move
All right,
quickly.
we've just been here since.
I'm going to try to move through this so we can wrap this up.
Thank you, Glenn.
The remaining
There's a lot. We
issues
understand.
affect to affect the constrained lot request, the visually constrained lot request, and the constrained lot request. And first, I want to address the visually constrained lot request. And here you can see, I'm sorry about this, but this should be lot 5, and this should be lot 3. They're mislabeled. We looked at the visually constrained issues of this ridge right above the red calving barn, and also this area here on the upper bench, where any house built in the approved activity envelopes on either of these lots will present ridgeline breaks as viewed from Prince Creek Road. And we tested all aspects of the activity envelopes on both of these lots and determined there would be ridgeline breaks from Prince Creek Road. So, looking first at the story poles on this lot.
Lot 5.
Yeah, this would be lot 5. You can make out the story poles. And we did a visual simulation of a house here. This is the way a house would look on the ridge above the calving barn on lot 5. And no matter where you put that house, there would be ridgeline breaks from Prince Creek Road. Looking at lot 3, we looked at story poles from these locations in front of the Flying Dog Ranch, and we tested this with story poles on all aspects of the activity envelope, and there would be a ridgeline break. Here's a mechanism that's holding a tarp at 28 feet in the activity envelope. This photo is taken from Prince Creek Road. There would be a ridgeline break. This is a visual simulation of what a house would look like as viewed from Prince Creek Road in the approved activity envelope. And here, this is a photo taken of an existing house on Prince Creek Road that breaks the ridgeline. This is what we're trying to avoid. This house was most likely developed before scenic view protection in Prince Creek. Here's another house where there's a ridgeline break. Once again, these are just examples of what we're trying to avoid. Here's the criteria in the code for your consideration. It says legally created lots or parcels that have been identified as visually constrained sites because of development would severely impact or destroy a scenic public view plane as determined in the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners. So this is your discretion to consider the request for these to be deemed visually constrained lots for the award of transferable development rights. Looking next at lot 6, this is the lot that Jonathan referred to, and it's located down here. This is Angus Lane. It's a portion of it, a very small portion of it's within the winter concentration area. The rest of it is adjacent to it. In the review of the proposal for the riding arena here, John Groves suggested that we pursue a constrained lot approval on lot 6 so that we could sterilize this lot due to the impacts on the winter concentration area. In looking at the code language, you can read it. It says that legally created lots or parcels that have been identified as constrained sites because the lot or parcel is undevelopable or severely restricted pursuant to the land use code is determined in the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners. And here, the code is quite clear, given the current code, not the pre-2006 code that approved Lot 6, that there cannot be development within a quarter mile of the winter concentration area. So given the current code, this lot is fully constrained. So, in summary, what we've got here on this slide is that we're requesting to sterilize 6 lots on Turnabout Ranch that would have 45,000 square feet of floor area associated with it. So 45,000 square feet of residential floor area would be eliminated. We're requesting that 3 lots be awarded TDRs and that 3 transferable development rights would be developed in approved receiving areas, either in the urban growth boundary or by special review. So you're looking at 7,500 square feet of floor area in receiving areas versus the sterilization of 45,000 square feet of residential floor area on Turnabout Ranch. And it's our position that it would be more appropriate for 7,500 square feet of floor area to be developed in the urban growth boundary or on approved receiver sites than for 45,000 square feet of residential floor area to be developed in the rural area on Turnabout Ranch. Looking at the land use requests, you've seen these. I'll just touch on them again. It's vacate the 6 lots, subdivide open space parcel A to create open space parcel C, and encumber that with a conservation easement. We're looking at land use approvals for the indoor riding arena, the agricultural buildings, a new barn down by Prince Creek Road that would be 2,500 square feet, along with an employee dwelling unit. Improve the lower pasture road and Angus Lane so that there would be dual year-round access to the hidden meadow. Planting trees for screening on open space parcel B and on the ridge above the lower pasture. The award of 3 TDRs for sterilizing lots 3 and 5 as visually constrained lots, and lot 6 as a constrained lot. In terms of the benefits of the plan, we're looking at vacating residential lots approved for houses containing 7,500 square feet of floor area, a reduction of 45,000 square feet total of residential floor area in a rural area, the addition of 7,500 square feet of floor area on receiver sites, either in the urban growth boundary or in approved receiver sites that are outside the boundary, the removal of the 18,000 square foot calving barn located at Prince Creek Road, creating a 125-acre conservation easement over critical wildlife habitat, removing all the perimeter fencing and replacing it with wildlife-friendly perimeter fencing, restoring prime agricultural lands and fostering sustainable agricultural, significant improvements to scenic quality, community outreach for local schools, and development that's consistent with the Pickens County rural character in terms of having a ranch development rather than a residential subdivision in Prince Creek. So that kind of wraps up where we're at. We can take questions, comments, and respond to any of your
Glenn,
concerns.
can you go back to the first slide you showed, because that could be a little
Yeah, I wanna go
checklist
to
for
that
me.
too.
The requests?
Yeah.
This one.
Okay, we can
So
leave that
I'm
there.
gonna focus this on the board. I'm just gonna make some comments myself here.
I'll go through.
The traffic, we decided was one way or the 30 numbers?
Visitor trips,
So we talking 15 up, 15 down, or 30 up and
a
30
visitor
down?
trip is one vehicle, either arrival or departure.
And to get at that, we had a traffic study done as part of the plan for the commercial growth management quota system. And we hired a traffic consultant to look at the trips that would be generated by the equine facility. And he estimates that there would be 17 trips per day in and 17 trips per day out.
Okay.
And that was done by Dan Coakley at SGM.
Okay, thank
And
you.
how
That-
did that compare to what was happening now?
Well, if you compare it to the trip generation for what you would have in terms of the residential
No,
development.
I didn't mean that. I thought you said you did a traffic study of what the traffic pattern was now at this
No,
point.
we did, Brendan talked about what the traffic pattern was.
The previous traffic
We
pattern.
need to make sure you're on a mic, so.
The previous traffic pattern was pretty significant with the agricultural use. Currently, we don't have a need to go up and down that road in wintertime to feed livestock. So we currently have significantly less. On Angus Lane, we have virtually no traffic currently as our employees go from the bunkhouse out to Prince Creek Road and then up to the shop. They do not drive through the ranch. Did that answer the question, Francie?
Previously with agriculture is what you were asking about, right? In the previous ownership.
Yes, I'm not so concerned about Angus Lane because that's only you guys.
Yep.
I'm concerned about Prince Creek. So the traffic on Prince Creek currently compared to what it would be if you have 17 in and 17 out.
I think that's a very hard thing to put a number on because, as we know, we both live right there. The traffic flows are completely subject to the mountain bike population. And as you and I both know, we will be limited in our impact in comparison to the single family residences because Prince Creek Road can't handle many more cars.
I think that's what our concern is. So if you're increasing this to 17 more but I just want to know if it was 31 way and 30 other, but it sounds like it's 15 to 17, going up 15 to 17, coming down. The other question I think we need to resolve is EDU or CDU. Glenn?
I can speak to that. I didn't address it. Leslie said I should. The plan is for the unit in the barn to become an employee dwelling unit in the future. We have to submit a tourist accommodations growth management application for the retreat barn. So what we intend to do is convert what's being requested as a caretaker dwelling unit in the barn to an EDU as part of the tourist accommodations application for the retreat barn, because we're going to have to mitigate with on-site affordable housing, and we feel that we'd like to have something left, rather than building another detached structure. So in the short term, we anticipate that that'll be a CDU in the barn, but it'll eventually become an EDU when we compete.
I wonder if that other facility isn't built, then it stays a CDU. Could we not restrict it to an EDU and give them credit in the future? So it's at least housing an employee now?
You could.
I'll ask the attorney.
No. Well, their growth management application for the riding arena, they are meeting their employee generation mitigation with the bunkhouse.
Right, I understand that.
So the CDU was not necessary for the growth management. The CDU is just part of their operation of the riding facility.
I understand that. I'm saying, can we make it an EDU and give them credit if they come back in with that EDU, rather than making it a CDU now, and then maybe sometime in the future, if they come in for the other application, then it becomes an EDU? I'd rather it house an employee now. Nope.
That's, off the top of my head, that would be a first.
Well, you know me.
It will house so in practical
Are you surprised?
Well, the issue is that it's already created. If it's there, how is it
I wouldn't
added
have
to
a
it?
problem writing it in that they get credit if I would rather have it be an EDU, but it's up to the rest of the board.
Just to note that if the concern is, in practical terms, who will it house, regardless of what designation it has, it will house an employee of ours. And it's important to us to have an employee living in the barn all the time for safety reasons. So regardless of what that unit is called, it will house an employee. And all our employees really need to live on the ranch.
Do you have any employees living on the ranch at the current time?
We do.
Well, what's the board comfortable with? Because this is one thing we need to check off, EDU or CDU. Kelly and then Greg.
I'd prefer it be designated an EDU, and then I have some real, basic, big picture questions I need to go back to, too.
You said CDU or EDU you prefer?
I'm sorry if you can't hear me. EDU, please.
Okay.
And then I have some other questions.
Okay, I've got a list here I'm still working on, so I'll get to you. Kelly, I'll write you over here.
I'm next.
What would?
I don't have a strong opinion on that.
Okay. Greg or
I do have a lot
Steve?
of questions.
I certainly, it sounds as if it's an employee unit, right? So why don't we call it what it is, if that's the case? I'm not clear on how many employees will actually be on this property at the outset or at the maturity of the property. I hear there's a bunkhouse, and I hear, I'm hearing about this, but I'm not sure how many employees really are going to be working this place when it's up and humming and things are really happening. And maybe when the owners decide to take a step back and let other people do the heavy lifting, how many employees are going to be on the property, and are they housing all of them? Is the question I had. Thanks.
I thought the number came up was 5.2.
Commercial growth management came up with 5.2 employee generation units for the indoor riding arena. The code doesn't require that there be employees for like the barn and the upper barn, the lower barn, and the ranch operation. But I think, Sarah and Brendan can speak to their experience with employees and what you want to do.
Well, and I understand they're gonna have employees living. We've had an issue with CDUs not being used appropriately. And the board's been talking about this. We're tired of it. And if it's an EDU, let's call it an EDU if it's gonna house an employee. But I don't know if we can give them credit now for
For a growth management application later.
I don't think so.
Well, what if we're doing it on a voluntary basis as a voluntary employee dwelling unit, not for mitigation, and then later on get credit to use it as mitigation?
John said it might be an issue when you go through growth management. You can't claim something that you're not creating. It has to be part of growth management. So that would be taking the CDU and turning it into an EDU. Correct, John? Okay, so I think the best practice would be to leave it as a CDU and to just kindly request that it be used to house employees, because we have a housing issue and you have a housing issue and the Crystal Valley has a housing issue, so anything we can get is helpful.
I have a quick question.
Absolutely.
Just about that.
What's that?
I mean, I have a lot of questions, but I have a quick question just about
Yeah.
that. So you confident that you can find 5 employees who want to live in a bunkhouse?
The one of the advantages of that space actually is the fact that it has the 2 stories. So there's the upstairs unit is already 3 bedrooms. The way the employee generation units kind of shake out is it's like you have to have 6 bedrooms to house 5 employees or something like that officially. But so there's space for that. There's 3 bedrooms upstairs plus an additional room that has its own full bath already that can become a bedroom. It's sort of called a viewing room right now, but it's easily it works as a bedroom. And then downstairs is sort of a different space. So you could say you had like a couple living downstairs. They would have some privacy even though it's connected by a staircase. And then, so to have three people living upstairs and a couple living downstairs would work really well.
And is there kitchen upstairs or just the big kitchen downstairs?
There's kitchen upstairs.
Haven't you seen Yellowstone and all those guys that live in that bunkhouse?
Yeah, they love it.
Yes, I have. You think I want that living
It's the
across
only
the street
reason I
from me?
watch it.
Mine are very well behaved.
Yes, they do.
So are they, kinda.
You don't
All
have
right,
Rip to
so,
control them.
I think
Yeah,
we're gonna,
exactly.
I think we're,
Yeah, he's Rip.
okay, I'm gonna bring it back. I think we're gonna go with CDU on this, and so, because the chances are.
There's more discussion.
You want more discussion? Okay.
Patty?
Yes, Steve, I'm talking to Kelly,
So-
just, go ahead.
Okay.
Go
Well,
ahead.
whichever one of us goes first, I want to weigh in on the EDU, CDU issue.
Well, you can go. Kelly's saying, Steve, you can go.
Okay, thank you. I am with you, Patty, that we have had issues with people with what CDUs are and what they are used for. They're not used for putting employees in by way too many people, and I would just rather call it an EDU now. And I would be in favor of putting in language in the approval that EDU could be used for mitigation in the future for, if possible, if we can possibly do that it would be considered mitigation in the future. If the EDU right now is not needed for mitigation of the horse operation as is proposed right now.
So, John,
And
can we do that?
I don't know.
You to call it an EDU?
Call it an EDU and give them credit in the
I
future.
was just gonna look a couple of different things up here, but the dilemma that, as I understood your initial question was, can you claim points or credit later in a growth management application for something that already exists in the ground? And that would be, I think, a dilemma. In other words,
Aren't we rewriting growth management right now?
Hell yeah, why don't we just get rid of it, solve your problem?
That's my second point I forgot to make is I hate the growth management quota system. All the whole point system to me needs to be totally revamped or thrown out, and we have the committee working on looking at that right now,
I have an
that sort of
idea.
issue.
I think, well, how about, John, if we call it a CDU, but it will be occupied by an employee?
Oh, a CDU is a term of art in the code. It's already defined. It is not a unit that is designed for or permitted in order to accommodate employee generation. It's a caretaker. It does not have to be occupied. Only if it is occupied by an employee is there a restriction on it.
Well,
So
if the applicant is volunteering to have it occupied by an employee.
But if it is occupied, it has to be an employee or family, correct?
or family member, or somebody in relationship to the owner of the property. Yeah.
We have no interest in having this occupied by anyone other than an employee, and we want it continuously occupied. It has to be. I mean, it's not really, it's to have a barn with all those horses and no one living there is not in our interest either. So if there's any sort of condition of approval that we could agree to that would require it, we're happy to, because that's how we want to use it.
And bring it back to Kelly.
Thank you. I was gonna possibly suggest, is it possible to condition this like similar to like with like a timing to it? So we would say this is a CDU, you know, pending application of their next growth management, and should they not come through with that, it reverts to an EDU and they're required to submit the covenant as such. I don't know. And then similarly, is this a one read application?
Yes.
Are we gonna get another?
It's one
chance?
read. You're gonna be driving to Denver at midnight, Kelly. With 2 sleeping babies with warmies.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, maybe there's an opportunity for the attorney's office to think through something along those lines, with proper language that could let us, you know, not get in the way of their future application, but also protect the interest of this
Okay.
one.
Okay, I'm gonna give John time to think
And Glenn wants to talk.
creatively. Did you have it? You're good either way, Francie.
I'm kind of interested in hearing what Glenn has to say about it before I.
Well, we just got an idea. We can throw it out there. It's along the lines what Kelly said. The plan is to apply for the tourist accommodations unit in the next year. So we could probably agree to a condition that it's a CDU that would convert to become an EDU, let's say within 3 years' time. And that would give us time to apply for the tourist accommodations application, go through the process, and for some reason, if we didn't do that, or we didn't get an approval, it would convert to an EDU.
Is the board good with that? Greg, did you have more comment on this? Or good? Okay.
I'm good with that, but I also, I'm concerned that this is as a one read. I think that's the impression I'm getting. I have lots of questions, and I think I'm hearing that others have a lot of questions also. So I just wanted to tee up the possibility that we're going to have to continue this. And I just want to pose that because we're getting, I don't know how late we're going tonight, but I think there's a lot of ground to cover here. Thanks.
Let me keep going through my list and see what we can get knocked off here. The road width, we had a 24 inch. I'm gonna drive
Well,
on little
wait.
cars. What?
I'm just wondering about. Yeah.
Wait.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Greg. I was just kind of responding to Patty starting to go through her list when we all have lists.
No. This is the list of the issues that were brought up to doing this. And I'm chairing it, and I'm gonna go through
No,
my
I know,
list
I'm
'cause
just
I've been
wondering
quiet.
so you're doing that list right
These
there.
are things we've already talked about that have come to us on decision making. We have another broad spectrum, I think, of comments and questions from the board. I'm just trying to get some of these things off the list that have already been brought up. I was keeping track during the hearing. And these are issues. So, the road width was okay by the fire district at 20 feet wide rather than 24.
Yeah, we're in agreement
Great
with
by
the
us.
fire district and the staff on that.
Okay, just want to make sure the board's okay with that. I'm just checking these things, getting them out of the way.
I'm
Okay.
fine with the 20 feet. I'm also fine with plowing it in the winter.
Thank you. Okay,
Just
let's,
to clarify, there's not any criteria we need to review for expanding the, road size of 16 to 20.
no, the minimum is 16, so we can go wider for fire.
And 16 is really a driveway to a residence. So 20 really reflects more of a, a road with more uses than just a single family residence or two. So I think that's reasonable. We were just concerned that 24 was, maybe
wide.
too much, exactly.
So I'm gonna bring it, Francie, thank you for throwing in the snow plowing, it's down further on my list. CPW was pretty adamant about trying to protect that with the constrained lot and lot 6, so, is there any way you could make it a loop in the winter and just plow one lane? I know you don't wanna use that other road, but I'm just trying to reduce the disturbance instead of plowing all 20 feet. Is there any way to narrow that in the winter and plow it so it's, I'm just trying to reduce the impact on the wildlife. We do the constrained lot in lot 6, and then we run a driveway through there year round. To me, it's kind of defeating some of the purpose.
Go ahead.
If I can speak to that.
Yeah, please.
It would be more obtrusive to plow it as one lane because at that point we have no room to push snow anywhere, so we would have to be using a snow blower, which plows at a quarter of the speed of actually pushing snow.
And louder.
And much louder and much longer.
Aren't you going to have to push it for 24 feet or 20 feet? Anyway?
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that if we're only plowing a small section of that, it's taking significantly longer to blow snow than it does to plow snow. It's much louder and it's more damaging to the wildlife because when that snowblower shoots snow 60 feet down the hill into the lower juniper forest, that's going to push all the deer.
I'm talking about plowing one whole lane a little narrow. I'm not talking about just plowing a section.
Patty, I think that the disturbance is the disturbance, and
I was just trying to find a way
Right.
because I think having those cars going up and down there with the wildlife, but as the board, Francie's okay with plowing it and using it year round. I know there's some safety issues that, Greg?
Greg, yeah, thank you. My concern with this, and I think it's what you're alluding to, it's like CPW wants to protect this section. It seems like it's probably a necessary road, but I'm just having trouble with the development within a quarter mile of this wildlife area that we're actually trying to protect. So we're going to neutralize lot 6, but we're going to let the road stay open, and we're going to build the horse facility within the quarter of a mile. I'm just not understanding the continuity of this presented this way. It just seems like a way of cherry picking what we want and conveniently opening up what we don't want. And so I'm having trouble understanding the value of lot 6 if we're not going to go whole hog and protect this area. I just chime in there because that's one of my concerns,
Jonathan,
along with some of the other constrained
Yeah,
lots.
you can go ahead. You can go after Greg.
That's a good question, Greg. I know you missed the beginning of the.
He was on the phone.
Oh, you were on the phone. You have to remember that we're not talking about an area that has no development approved in it. We're talking about a place where there are 3 residential lots, 7, 8, and 9, with 7,500 square foot each. Each of those, imagine, with a family and guests living in each one of those, with their ATVs and their mountain bikes accessing the crown and snowmobiles and everything else with essentially no restrictions on them. Those lots are already approved. So we're not talking about establishing a new activity envelope in an area where there was none. There's a trade-off here. The other thing to remember, and you had mentioned the idea of that lots 7 and 8 were adjacent to that draw to the south. The equestrian facility is not on where 7 and 8 were. It's more on 9. It's pushed further away from that movement corridor. So you're replacing 3 residential lots with, which would have, consistent human activity, which would be a constant disturbance, which would have vehicular access coming up and down that road anyway. And also you have to remember that this is an historic ranch, and particularly given the amount of use that was on this ranch over the past few years with the Atlantics leasing it, there were tractors and trucks driving up that road all winter long. So it's my belief that the current proposal will introduce less disturbance, substantially less disturbance to that area for mule deer and elk. And again, remember all the other things that are being offered, the conservation easement, et cetera, that are going to end up securing all of that habitat, both on the existing conservation easement and then up on the crown. I believe that this is a substantial win for wildlife if you look at the entire application with the historic, comparing it to the historic use and the potential build out.
That's assuming that the houses are lived in year-round. We know how
But
houses
they
are
will be used in the winter.
We don't know that. The way people come and go around here, we're pretty familiar with it, so.
And just a
that's
note on lot
assuming.
Can I
6
ask Jonathan
as well.
to further clarify his recommendation related to the plowing?
Sure.
It's on you.
You would like me to clarify?
You believe we should plow it in the winter?
Yeah,
though?
I don't just, again, from all of my experience, observing deer, elk, sheep, moose, everything, over the past 30 years, and the peer-reviewed literature shows that vehicles, motorized vehicles, enclosed vehicles, trucks, cars, essentially work as moving blinds. And I've actually seen snowplows go by a herd of elk, on whether it's on McLean Flats or on Highway 82 at like Cozy Point, and they don't even raise their heads. Again, it's human beings. As soon as you stop the car, and you've probably observed that with like raptors too. You see an eagle or a red tail on a telephone pole. As soon as you stop the car and open the door to take the picture, that's when they flush. So I really don't believe that plowing that road and using it periodically for the winter support of the equestrian facility is going to be.
Yeah, I think you have a good point, but we're talking CPW is the guy who came from.
I know, and I have utmost respect for John. He's a good friend of mine. And then again, remember, if those were residential lots, even if only one of them was used in the wintertime, you'd have cars going up and down there, and it would have to be plowed for the residential lots as well.
May I make a note about lot 6 as well too? It's just that lot 6 is located right at the outlet of that draw, which is a movement corridor, and so the animals actually come directly through lot 6, and that's quite a crucial migration path, as Jonathan mentioned, and sort of day-to-day use path for them, and so it's really right at the outlet of the draw. The hidden meadow is in the buffer zone, but it's above the draw. It's not actually part of the movement corridor that's in the winter concentration area. It's a different relationship to that movement pattern. And what we've observed from what the animals actually do on the ranch, just from looking at where their tracks were last winter, as well as looking at their movements this year, they come down. They do come down that draw. They sometimes are in the hidden meadow, but there were many times last winter when there were lots of fresh tracks coming from the where we're proposing open space parcel C above the ditch, coming down that northern ranch road between the upper hayfields, and then they come north of the house across the hayfields, and they also go in the ridge pasture, which is south of the house, and then they cross the driveway between the house and the shop. There were lots of fresh tracks on that upper ranch road, and no fresh tracks at all in the hidden meadow on several occasions. That's just what we've observed them actually doing in the winter, for whatever that's worth.
I'm gonna, Francie, you had.
Yeah, I want to talk about lot 6 a little bit too. I just want to say that I think this presentation has been really well put together, and I really appreciate your efforts to apply sustainable agriculture to a ranch that's been fairly degraded. I have some concerns about several things. Right now, I'm just going to restrict that to the Lot 6 discussion that we're doing. That road has been used. I've been there for a long time, and that road has been used consistently. So to suddenly, at this point, say we can't plow that road anymore doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And this is agricultural property, and one of the aims of Pitkin County is to preserve agricultural property. So to cut off their main access, it seems to me just, I don't even know why it's in there. I don't know why that would be restricted. I don't understand why it's in there.
CPW recommended it.
Well, and then Lot 6, as a wildlife corridor, I believe that the open space bike trails in that area have done way more damage to the wildlife there than a car or truck going up that road would ever do. And I don't think we need to give a TDR for Lot 6, because I'm pretty damn sure you guys aren't going to build a house on Lot 6, whether we do or don't. But the road goes right through the corner of it. It's not really, I mean, if it were going to be, I don't know. To me, the bike trail going up just the outside of the boundary and through the open space at the bottom there and across Angus Lane, all of that is way more of a threat. And so I really feel strongly about that road being able to be open in the winter. It's been open in the winter for 100 years. Why we would change that, I don't know.
You're saying
I don't understand
you
it.
would like to keep the road open and not do a TDR to protect Lot
yes.
6. Okay, interesting. I'm moving it to, Steve, you had some questions. You know what, I'm just beginning to wonder, we seem to be going in circles here. And I know we're all getting tired, and I'm not sure we're gonna get the best decision out of this. But let's continue to move on and see where we go. So Steve?
So on the discussion on whether to plow the road or not, I would be much in favor of plowing the road and also having the employees use the road to get back and forth as an internal ranch road to get between the employee dwelling thing, the barn down by Prince Creek Road, to get up to the horse facility, to get down to the shop area. That's an internal ranch road that I think the employees should use that to get back and forth and not be going out onto Prince Creek Road to get from one part of the ranch to the other as their usual method of getting around.
Okay.
Well, that's how they've been using it. There's no reason not to keep using it that way.
Okay.
Also, in terms of the total impact of the entire application on the wildlife population, I think Brendan spelled it out pretty clearly that with the conservation area C doing miles of wildlife friendly fence where animals are not dying on the fences, which I have seen that on our place too. It's not a pretty sight when you find an animal hanging on a wire fence because the wire fence was not wildlife friendly. The fact eliminating the house on 7, 8, and 9, and 6, all of that stuff is adding to the benefits for wildlife, and keeping the road open in the winter time where people are going back and forth on vehicles that are not disturbing the elk and deer so much. To me, it's a good plan, and that's part of the plan, and we could keep the road open and have it plowed in the winter with no problem to me.
Okay. Okay. So Kelly and Greg, are you okay if we keep the road open in the winter, or? Okay, so we're gonna leave the road open in the winter. Okay, so we got that one done. The next one is the well and the water. You'll bring us back that. We're gonna write a condition.
And I just want to point out that I do have a condition of approval already that says all water rights shall be documented prior to issuance of the building permit
Okay.
for either the two barns.
Okay, so we've got that. So the only other thing I have are the TDRs, so I don't know.
Greg's,
And the
Greg's
demolition.
hands up.
Greg?
Can we circle back to the water just for a sec? You know, we're hearing about how the River District is calling on people's well rights up in this section of the county. And Kelly alluded to it earlier, and I'm trying to figure out how that squares with water use on this property. You know, so I guess you're going to have them come back to us with a real clear assessment of what they have for water rights, because it's not clear to me that a well permit would go anywhere or even pull real water out. I just wanted to flag that. That's an important one, and then I'm ready to go on to TDRs.
Yeah, they have to come back and show, and they also need to show that they can use it domestically. So Glenn's on it, so that'll come back.
Prior to issuance of
Prior to
building
issue
permit.
of building permit.
But what do
Okay.
you mean by wells don't pull real water out?
Well, they're talking about curtailing wells. I think that's a discussion that we've had. The issues regarding, you know, the letters people received in the valley there in the last couple of years. I don't know if that was ever resolved entirely. Kelly and John Ely might know more about that, so I'll shut up. But it concerns me when we're talking about water and we don't consider what's happening in the hood.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I thought you said that you didn't think that wells would draw real water out.
Well, I think what he means is that when people put in wells, it tends to make other wells go dry. That's what we've been experiencing.
What
up to
did you mean
Crystal.
by that?
What I mean is there may not actually be water to pull, either
Yeah.
legally or
I see what you mean.
physically.
Okay.
Or they can pull water and it dries up the well next door. We've seen that happening up there. Kelly, please.
I'd like to understand on this topic the ramifications for approving a project that then can't go to building permit if they don't have the water. What is that, like, what obligation does that put on the county? Like, what happens in that case? Are we then obligated to allow trucking of water? Are we then, like, what, you know, I just don't know what the next steps are should that situation come to pass.
John, I'm looking at John
Can
Ely,
I-
Kelly.
That's a dilemma. If a lot once is created, is legally established, the ability to not allow its use based on the physical presence and legal availability of the water on site can be remedied by simply trucking water in, then I would say more than likely the property will be developed and that water will be trucked until either the legal means or the physical means allow water to be developed on the actual property.
I just want to be clear. The application included documentation of various well permits. It was flagged that it wasn't clear whether these well permits could support the riding arena, which is a different kind of use than domestic well use. So we've asked for clarification for that. I'm not countering what John said. John is correct. I mean, if at building permit, they don't have a permit that supports
Water, then you don't have a
commercial,
building
yeah.
permit.
Is the division engineer not one of our referrals in an application like this?
No.
Is that the guy I just met?
That's correct. For
Bigfoot?
subdivision, Kelly, under state statute, we're required to refer subdivision applications to the state engineer. But all of our other land use the land use code says at building permit, people have to demonstrate that they have legal water. So that is, we talk about it a lot during the land use applications, but most every land use approval then has a condition that they have to show the legal right when they come in for permit.
So this is normal, to have it not shown here, but to show it at the building permit level.
And that's just a
Correct.
subdivision.
So let's just not talk about it.
Well, except for that this is a PUD, so does a PUD not implicate different standards?
It does. By state law, we should not be approving a PUD if there aren't water resources to support it. Not it doesn't the state statute doesn't specify where the water resource would come from, but just that there are if there is no water resource to support X number of lots, then X number of lots shouldn't be created through a PUD or a subdivision plat.
I kind of remember that when Emma did this, there was concern about water for 11 units on there. I mean, there's plenty of water at the ranch, there's no question about that. But I do remember something about, I'm sorry, I don't know the specifics, but something, maybe that's why they never sold, I don't know. But something came up, and it doesn't matter because I can't remember it, but there's plenty of water at the ranch. I mean,
Yes.
I don't understand.
And we're amending the PUD. We're not creating a PUD. We're not creating a subdivision. Again, as I said, this was a comment from one of our P&Z members who asked me to bring it forward to the board, asking the applicant to clarify.
So we need clarification before building permit as to the use of the water that apparently you have water for, especially related to activities at the new riding arena and horse
Right.
facility. Okay?
Except we don't approve building permits. So, what is so if this passes today, when does the building permit get issued? What's the time horizon?
The way building permits are right now, I don't know, 3 or 4 years out. It's a process that goes through, and we do issue building permits. We don't, and technically we approve them. They have to be approved based on standards.
Yes.
So there is another step here that has to be taken, and it needs to be a lot more specific, I think, than what we have before us now, before it gets building permit.
And I'll just say, Kelly, I mean, at pre-submittal for a building permit, one of the first items on that checklist is show us proof of legal water for your development. So that happens at the very beginning of that process. If they don't have what we deem adequate, then the permit doesn't start into our review process, is how that works today.
Yeah, I'll just say, I'm of the mind that, to me, this is a PUD of significant enough change. It's not just let's cluster the same 9 houses closer together. We're talking about an entirely different use here, that I don't, just calling it an amendment to a PUD to sort of not have this critical review of a critical resource I'm not on board right now with it.
Well,
With
that's
just
what the application,
linking that to the,
yeah,
or not having some other guardrails in there of, okay, we would allow, this many truckings of water if that's what it comes down to, because that's what the conversation would also entail. I think we can't ignore water shortage issues in the Crystal Valley.
Kelly, I don't disagree with you at all, but the application before us is to amend the Tybar Ranch subdivision plan unit development. So I don't think we can change the title and call it something different at this part of the process and say, oh, it's a new PUD.
No, it is what it is.
It's an amendment to a
I
PUD.
think Kelly's point is that it's sufficient enough of an amendment that we should examine the availability of water before there's approval. I mean, personally, I would assume that there is sufficient water just because of the historic use of the property, but that would probably, it wouldn't surprise me if that water has to be changed through an appropriate application process, and you might lose a bunch of irrigation in order to supply domestic use.
So rather than beat ourselves up any further,
Well, or commercial,
it
right,
sounds
for the
like we need to have some kind of evidence and proof of water access and availability before we move this any further. I think that's the feeling I'm getting from the board, rather than tell you to go ahead and then pull it. I hate to do it to you, I do.
I do think it's about water use, not about water amount. Seems to me that it's.
Well, and if they don't have water amount, do we want to allow how many trucks? I mean, because we've seen that happen, and that's not a very environmental issue or something, I think.
So it seems to me that the board wants to get to a stopping point. And often what happens is we request the applicant's water attorney to weigh in on this issue, to look at the permits they have, draft us a letter telling us whether the permits can support what they're proposing or whether a permit needs to go through, as John was saying, a
change in
reapplication,
use.
a change in use for the permit. So I think it would be helpful if we knew, either we have a letter from the water attorney clarifying, specifically clarifying, or we have a letter from a water attorney saying, this specific permit.
We need to do this and this
Yeah.
and this to get the water.
Yeah, and then we can have that for your next meeting.
But if the Mid-Atlantics have had so many cattle on there drinking water.
Thank you. That was what I was. That was what I was
That's
about to
different
speak to.
than- That's a different use of water, so.
It is not, because we're watering livestock with it.
Well, horses aren't livestock.
Correct. Horses are equine, but at the same time, we're still watering agricultural use, and we're still watering that stuff. There's very little domestic water use that would be happening in that barn because there's one bathroom and an a CDU slash
And as
EDU.
far as what happened in the past, there used to be a lot of water up there. We don't have a lot of water up there anymore.
Well-
We're in this huge drought.
Yep,
We
no,
don't want you
and I-
guys to get stuck in a position that we move you forward and then pull it back. I'd rather have this clarified so that we can come back.
And I've spoken with Mike about this, and he will be able to furnish it. The other thing is that we'd be looking at one well there, as opposed to 9 wells. So
But,
when
you
you
know,
look at
you're-
it from that perspective,
I know, but
there's-
you're also saying you're eliminating X amount of square footage for residential, but you're building 40-something square feet of development, even though it's a different use. But so, yeah, so we gotta look at that. Do you want us to see if we can clean anything else in here, or I'm looking at the board? We still have land use requests as far as vacation. Can you tell where I'm going in a couple days? Of the subdivision lots, subdivide the open space. Do we want to go through anything else, board, or do we?
Demolition.
What?
Adler's demolition, we haven't talked about that.
We've got a lot still.
Patty,
Yes, Greg?
what I would like to do is just discuss what it would mean to continue this and to what date we would do it, and then I would make a motion that we did that. We have a lot left on the table, and I think just to keep it going, I'd like to just establish that now. We can always discuss it after the motion.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the best. I think it's the best for you guys as well.
Probably the best for Brody.
Yeah.
Our childcare person has to leave too.
Well, next time bring the baby and we'll get done really fast.
No, we won't.
They used to tell me to bring my children with chocolate on a hot day and the meeting would get done really quickly. So we are at December, I believe.
Your next meetings are December 7th and 21st.
I know, I'm trying to look at agendas because the
21st, I won't be
21st,
here.
we won't have Francine and Kelly here. And the 7th, we just moved a couple things, but they were second reads. We moved,
We have several land use items.
STRs we moved.
I think we should go to January. Do you think there's a difference, John? Do
all
you
right,
think
the
there's a
the
difference
budget-
in
We've gone through the budget
water
for a month,
permits or
2
water
months
whatever
now.
between watering
Supplemental budget
horses and watering
request, we have
cattle?
second reading on Pathfinders, short-term rental resolutions, we have those two first reads. We have the Bennett activity envelope. Historic Register, do you know, are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Is that a long one too?
Mhm. Solar farm will be short.
They've been reaching.
And essentially, that's leaving a week, which is Thanksgiving week as well. Sorry. That leaves you a week, which is Thanksgiving, leaves everyone, the team, 1 week before we have to put our packet out. It gives you, we're 3 weeks from that meeting, but the way we work means everybody has to pull their information together next week.
Well, generally,
during-
we go 2 weeks, we go the second Wednesday and the fourth Wednesday. This time we have this gap because we don't have any meetings next week or the week after.
Would it be terrible to wait till January? Would that be a problem?
I don't wanna.
I mean, I think the question is what information we're asking from the applicant and how quickly it can be gotten. But on our end, right, I mean, your deadline for our deadlines for your packets are a full week prior to that.
I'm seeing
that meeting.
clarification of the language on the water.
Mm-hmm.
And any other outstanding thing? I think it shouldn't be.
It's just,
Kelly's got her hand up.
it's the
I know,
water.
she's always waving at me, I just wave back. Hi, Kelly. Kelly?
Hi, sorry, thanks. We're getting a little chaotic over here. Can you guys, children, please just leave for a few minutes? Thank you. I do have a
Just
couple
wait.
other questions. I just think it'll be helpful to lay out what I think the next meeting is ongoing discussion of some of these things. I think we need to wrestle through some of these issues a little bit as a board. I don't know if it's necessarily just the need to come back with information.
Right.
I will say a couple of questions that I would like a little better understanding on is it's just understanding how this application meets criteria for a commercial endeavor. Like, you know, I read through the GMQS scoring, but I didn't understand any of the like criteria behind that scoring. So I would like to understand that better and what that means for you know, the use. And then, you know, just some, I think, kind of more minor other questions that I have are if the neighbors have weighed in on the visual constraints from Prince Creek Road. And then I have a question of if there's anything in the code that we have to respond to related to the loss of the 1.2% of historically irrigated pasture. Is there some mitigation for that we need to deal with? I think are the three things I have on my list right now.
That's helpful. Okay, let me go to Greg. Are there anything, since your hand's up, perfect timing.
Well, we haven't had the TDR discussion yet. I think I want to go through each of those. I'm not convinced of the value of the TDRs leaving the property, quite honestly. I could imagine relocating some things, but not, I don't know if there are better places to land a TDR, quite honestly, than where they, you know, on the property. And I want to have that discussion. It's a longer one than we can have now. It's actually kind of funny. I think looking at one of them, is it 5 or is it the other one? You're looking basically across Dorothea's, you know, used and broken down vehicle yard at the lot, you know, and I'm really not that concerned about.
He's like been judging everybody.
Yeah, sorry. I don't want to be judgmental, but it looks like a junkyard. And honestly,
It's like Rick Eady's house.
I don't see
the dog's
those
not barking
TDRs
anymore.
inside the urban growth boundary. That seems to have been shut out by our municipality. And so what this means is those TDRs are going to be landing in some pristine place elsewhere that actually may be more pristine than this. And so that's where I am with it. I just wanted to bring it up now so we could have that conversation in detail later.
Okay. Francie, want to add?
TDRs and demolition.
Okay. Francie's TDRs and demolition. Leslie, Francie wants to have a discussion about demolition and only take we'll talk about that. The 18,000 square foot barn and the use of that.
So,
we have pretty.
Patty?
Yes.
I apologize. I also forgot. I'm hearing conflicting accounts here on whether this is a commercial operation or not. They'll have tenants who might have a commercial operation, and they'll have clients, and maybe school kids will come. It sounds like a commercial operation to me. Maybe it's a small one, but it sounds like it has room to grow, and I just need to understand that as well going forward. Thanks.
Francie, did you have anything else?
No, I'm done.
Steve?
So the possibility of moving the house back on lot 3 was proposed as a viable solution by staff. And I think we need to have an explanation, maybe some drawings of that. The goats versus cattle in terms of restoring land was something that I noticed in the packet that I personally think that cattle properly grazed are as good or better for land than goats might be. So I don't know if that I don't know if that affects this land use decision, but it was all stuff included in the packet, so I'll bring it up.
Goats are happier. We've had all those mad cows down there lately.
And then,
Be careful, girl.
I don't know, the specific language, different people, I think, have different definitions of wildlife-friendly fencing. And I would like to verify that, you know, I've seen different things that are called wildlife-friendly fencing that are really not. And I want to be sure that what we specify as wildlife-friendly fencing is actually serving the right purposes. And we have the right definition of that. And then just the whole TDR discussion, which I'm undecided on yet at this point, for 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, or 3 TDRs. I'm not sure.
All right. So we're gonna continue this. We're done. I already got my questions out, so I'm good. Listen to what everybody else has to say. So I need a motion to, oh, this is a public hearing. Did anybody in the audience wish to say anything that we haven't already said? Or I don't know if we have anybody online. I need to open the public hearing process. I don't think we have anybody.
Is there?
Online?
No one's online.
Okay, I will continue the public hearing. I need a motion to continue to the 7th
So moved.
Of December?
of December. Well, you think it's gonna take
That
longer
sound-
than that for it to come back? Hang
Till
on.
the 7th?
I'm just gonna say, I mean, it would end up at the end of the agenda, and, I mean, again, it's a question of timing and how much time you have to dedicate to the conversation.
Either
I thought
that
you
or
meant
after-
January. I take back my motion.
It's either that or January. I don't-
January.
I think given what we heard from the board,
January's
what the
better.
board wants and needs to reconsider this, we're not gonna be ready
Our
December
schedule
7th.
right there.
agree.
January, the first meeting
No
is the
way.
11th.
Bye, guys.
We gotta get to the JD.
Go get that warmie. I think you need some cuddling. Okay, so the 11th? Okay, we're gonna, I didn't clarify the motion. So I've got a motion to
To the
continue
11th.
to the 11th
Of what?
and
Of January?
January.
I was
February,
trying
we
to
go
say
to
goodbye to
March.
them. They were just, I got
Okay,
distracted.
so I have a motion to continue to, do I have a second?
Sure.
Thank
Second.
you. I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys. Sorry,
Aye.
this was a long one. Sorry, guys.
Somebody said something.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Glenn.
John Peacock did not have any open discussion. Does the board have any open discussion? Kelly, drive safely. Have a great time.
Happy Thanksgiving is my
I just
discussion.
wanted to check in with Steve real quick. Steve, do you plan on being on the CCAT retreat at all at the end of this week?
No, I am going to be in Farmers Union.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got it. Okay, no worries.
I'm totally maxed out. I'm gonna be in meeting all day, Thursday afternoon, all day Friday, all day Saturday.
Got it. No problem.
Happy
Thank you.
Thanksgiving, Glenn.
Okay, everybody, happy Thanksgiving. All right, board.
Thank
Thank you, guys.
Happy-
Happy Thanksgiving. Bye.
Are we
All right.
adjourned?
We are
Motion to
adjourned.
adjourn?
Grassroots, thank you very much.